I'll do the news.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. One of the most famous trial attorneys of the 20th century and a proud son of Wyoming, Jerry Spence died Wednesday in his Montecito, California home at the age of 96. Spence was a legend among the trial bar, especially for his civil practice and criminal defense work. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland was notified of Spence's passing by his family.
Spence's stepson, Chris Hawks, texted me at midnight saying that he had passed. And I stayed up half the night reading his autobiography. And then first thing in the morning, I talked to his law partner of 25 years, Bob Schuster, Jim Fitzgerald, whom he mentored, former Governor Mike Sullivan, who was a friend and a law colleague and a little daunted at times by Jerry Spence during his law career. And really the prevailing theme was that Spence was successful because he faced his fears and he told powerful stories.
Spence rose to national prominence through a series of landmark cases, including a $10.5 million verdict for the family of nuclear whistleblower Karen Silkwood and the successful defense of former Philippine First Lady Imelda Marcos. For more than a century, mineral rights have been carved up, sold off, and passed down through families across Wyoming, often leaving current landowners in the dark about who actually owns what lies beneath their property. Now, Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that lawmakers are proposing to let landowners reclaim long-abandoned mineral estates, resolving tangled ownership dating to the homesteading era and protecting the rights of property owners.
And basically what it would do is create laws like we have for abandoned property. And so what this law ostensibly would do is revert that ownership to the surface owner and try and give them better standing and basically create a more easy to understand and clear path for these property owners.
The draft legislation is modeled after a similar measure in North Dakota, but lawmakers and stakeholders say it still needs a lot of work. The healthcare landscape in Wyoming just became a little bit rockier with the announcement that one of the 3 healthcare insurers available on the Affordable Care Act's healthcare exchange in Wyoming is leaving the state. Mountain Health Co-op, which insures just over 11,000 people in Wyoming, told its members on Wednesday that it's pulling out of the Cowboy State by the end of this year. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that will leave the Wyoming network with just 2 providers, United Healthcare and Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Wyoming is already a pretty high cost state, and so Mountain Health Co-op had proposed a 32% increase in their premiums. Now they have decided to just pull the plug on Wyoming and exit the state.
Consumers do have options. There are still 2 insurers on the marketplace and hundreds of licensed insurance companies that sell various healthcare insurance products in our state. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
The Cheyenne-born restaurant chain that brought the world Taco Tuesday and Potato Olays is quietly saying adios to Wyoming and fully relocating its corporate headquarters to Minnesota after 56 years in business. A former Taco John's executive told Cowboy State Daily's David Madison that the move was kept deliberately under wraps given the strong emotional ties many maintain with the restaurant chain that started as a taco stand outside the entrance to Cheyenne Frontier Days and now includes around 380 stores.
Just as the soft taco shell binds to the hard taco shell and the taco bravo, the people of Cheyenne have an undeniable bond with this chain. When you have a 56-year-old year-old restaurant, automatically there's going to be nostalgia. Nothing is more nostalgic than smells and tastes and tradition. Taco Bell is the real kind of gorilla in the room that really took over the world of fast food tacos. But you had these regional success stories in Wyoming, parts of Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, all the way to Minneapolis. You had Taco John's.
Despite corporate headquarters now calling Minnesota home, Cheyenne won't soon shake its love for Taco John's. It's embedded in the community's DNA through decades of shared meals and memories. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There we go. My technical producer just helping us out there. Again, hey, this is Justin Hyde. They couldn't see you there for a minute. Now they can. Yeah, if you're streaming with us, of course, a lot of our listeners are just listeners. Some are streaming and can see us. And just a reminder that we are streaming and we archive all our shows. So if you want to check it out and see it later, you can. So let's go. Let's talk about this. First of all, you're the president of the Sheridan Pilots Association. What is your association all about?
So, as you previously mentioned, our association, we're a nonprofit, and we are really wanting to get aviation awareness within the community. And we do that through events, being able to host different things out at the airport, teaching people. We host a lot of schools and classes, bringing that passion to that early age for aviation, having the schools come out and test out the flight simulators, be able to see what's going on. And really, the impact of aviation overall is what we want the public to be able to know and understand. It's just not a noisy airplane up there, but it's serving a purpose. And we see this when we have search and rescue flights, the firefighting helicopters when they were out all last summer. And then with our commercial flights that are out there, being able to connect us throughout the state, which the state aeronautics really works hard to make sure that we continue to have.
Let me find out a little bit about you here first. Should have done that first, because obviously you have a passion for flying. That must be innate to be a part of this. And I do know a few of your members.
Yes,
they're the ones that made me curious. Bruce Garber's flying around in that big yellow bird, that biplane.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, it's a sight to behold. And then Bill Patton is a friend of mine as well. And so there's a few folks, JT Granger as well, former president,
Yes,
right?
sir.
It wasn't Bill at one time?
I believe at one point was.
Yeah, okay. So I know a few of the hot shots, big timers, president. Hey, real quick, kind of way off the topic here. Did you see that flyover yesterday with President Trump and Vladimir Putin?
I had heard about it. I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to have to go find it.
Oh, you've got to see it. It's a B-2, and I think they're either F-35s or F-22s on two on each side of it.
Wow.
What an impression. Welcome to the USA, Alaska, and but yeah, I bet you guys, because those are the kind of things you guys probably are interested in when you see a good flyby at the Super Bowl. And
Absolutely, it's the best part of the game.
well, we're going to talk about flybys too, because you guys have an air show, an event coming up, and I want to talk about all the other things that you guys do, because Deb and I have been a part of the Wings and Wheels event. I think we did our third one this year since we've been back, which was in the winter of 2019 when we got here, right before COVID. Timing was impeccable. Actually, it was good because we got out of Denver, as Bob Seger would sing. But anyway, so we have participated in a few of your events, and you guys are pretty active. So we'll talk about those. But tell me a little about you, Justin. Where does a guy start with that passion and then pursue it? Are you from Sheridan?
I am from Sheridan, born out of state, moved around quite a bit with the family just due to my father's work, but really third generation as far as on my mom's side here. This is home.
You bet. Well, and then so was it here that somebody turned you on to the thrill of flight?
Well, like every good son, looking up to their dad and thinking their dad hung the moon. That passion started there. My father was a pilot, did general aviation flying all over the country, and it really just growing up in the seat of an aircraft, it's always been innate and always just been there. I started my first flight lessons when I was 16 out here with Bighorn Airways, and it took me about 8 years to finally get the pilot's license, and 8 years I got half of it done, and then in 3 weeks I got the other half of it done, because it was just one of those where I needed to dedicate the time and get it out of the way. so that I could enjoy the thrills that it offers.
The license comes first, or the airplane, or
definitely the license first in my case. And it's one of those where if you're able to get the license, then you can be able to find opportunities to be able to rent aircraft and grow into it. We have a great flight school up here with Sheridan Pilots 307 that is doing phenomenal things with getting people in the community their licenses. They've had so many people be able to achieve that here.
I want to talk about that too. JT Granger, that's what he operates primarily. In fact, it's his fault that you're here this early on a Saturday morning, because I asked JT and he said, you ought to talk to Justin. Enthusiastic about flying. And I said, okay. I think he's right so far. Did you already tell me what you're flying, what airplane? I think you did, but I forgot.
Right now, because we've moved around and we've relocated, my wife and I moved back up to Sheridan here about the same time you did, right in the midst of COVID. It gave us the opportunity to move back here. And so I've been working with JT, renting some of his airplanes, and then working on a partnership in an airplane. So similar to, you can either buy your own car, or if you share a car with a group of people, if you choose to do that, that's what I'm in the lines to do.
Gotcha. So passion for flying in Sheridan, great place. It's kind of I call it a big little city, a little big city. You can go either way with that. And so now, you became a member of the Sheridan Pilots Association first, I assume.
Yes, it's absolutely easy to become a member, especially when you see the people that are involved in the group, just because their passion just emanates. And so once I saw the great things that they were doing, I had to be a part of it. Got involved with it. JT is a great promoter and being able to bring people in and find spots for them.
JD, if you're listening, him and I are in agreement. He does put a good face on the organization, that's for sure. And so, yeah, you mentioned memberships. I kind of jumped ahead there, but let's mention your website, because they do have a drop-down for memberships. It's the website for the Sheridan Pilots Association is SheridanPilots.org. Couldn't be easier, SheridanPilots.org. And through that, they can communicate with you and or probably other members. I see there is the board members are listed there. So if this is a passion of yours, and I'm sure there's plenty out there, because I think that, let me, a little bit more about Sheridan Pilots Association. So your stated goals, to advocate for flying and so forth, is it also, I could see it being a resource to pilots for information and, keeping them up to speed on what's the latest in aviation. So is that part of it? I would assume.
Absolutely. We have quarterly meetings where we're able to get together. I mean, first off, to join the Pilots Association, I think it's $25, and that money strictly goes to being able to do the events that we have and things that are going on. And really, the membership fees aren't what do it. It's the community support that is really the driver in the amazing things that we've been able to do. But as a resource, I get phone calls all the time because we have a great website, because it's able to be promoted out there, of just people needing to know if they're flying in, who do I contact? What do I do? And so we are definitely all passionate about aviation. The president side of it, it rotates through the members, because every member has the same passion. We're just a coordinator at that point.
How many members, or how many are involved?
I think we have about probably 40 to 50 that are really involved. And then there's, I wouldn't even know the figure number for how many actual members that we have. And we have members that are not even pilots, people that just are interested in aviation.
That's me.
Yep.
I am not a pilot, but I am interested in aviation. So I try to rub elbows with those that do.
There you go.
As much as I can. That makes sense, because, it seems like it's expensive hobby.
It is not a cheap hobby. It's similar to a boat. It's better to know a friend with a boat than own one.
All right. Well, we're friends now.
There you go.
So, you get up, come to my house at 6:00 in the morning. We're pals for sure. How, these members, they come to, I do see the logic in folks like me who are not pilots, but they do have a fascination for flight. So I've got a break coming up here. It's our first one. We have one other later on the show. I want to talk about some of the events you guys have coming up. And I also want to talk specifically about young people getting involved. In fact, let's do that right after this break. And because every time I've gone out, like to Wings and Wheels, or when Santa's coming,
absolutely,
and these things, there's a lot of young people. When I mean young, there's kids, of course, especially with Santa, which is a great event. We should talk about that. But when I say young people, I'm talking about teenagers and young adults. And I think that's important with any organization. You kind of age out.
Mm-hmm.
No offense. There's a few guys listening, I'm sure, who know who I'm talking about. I think I already mentioned them. But, hey, it's the cost of being my friend. Anyway, so, I do want to talk about how the focus on young people and getting them involved in aviation. All right, this is my guest, Justin Hyde. Thanks again for coming in early here, 6:20 here on a Saturday morning with your buddy Bags on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Hey, we'll be back.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Hey, good morning. Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags in beautiful Sheridan, Wyoming. fair, as they call it, before the sun comes up. And we're going to have a high here about 82 degrees here at Sheridan, and a chance of rain throughout the state, as we mentioned earlier. And my guest, Justin Hyde, the president of the Sheridan Pilots Association, folks with a passion for flight. You guys going to put that on a
It sounds good.
now?
I love it. Yeah.
Making it up as I go. I did want to talk about the young people involved. You and I were talking here in the break. The first Wings and Wheels event that we will be describing here a little bit later. Deb and I noticed, my wife and I were invited by JT. I had JT on an old show that I had on a broadcast station here in town. And he invited us, and I was super excited about it. And I noticed a lot of young people. I'm talking teenagers, young adults, and any organization that wants to go on has got to attract some young people. And I can see where, flight would be pretty attractive. So is that a primary focus of the Sheridan Pilots Association?
Absolutely. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say it's a primary focus. I think it's just a general focus on bringing people in, and the people who are interested are heavily in that younger demographic. They are the ones who are ready to, pardon the pun, but, get their wings and go, right? And so see the world. And so we see a lot of young people coming in, and part of that is due to the Pilots Association and the flight school offering opportunities for kids not to just come out to the airport and hang on the fence and look at airplanes through the fence, but get out there and see it. There's discovery flights through the flight school. The Pilots Association has a simulator that kids can come up and check out and be able to see what is going on in aviation and spark that interest.
Well, you see that obviously young person. I've heard of teenagers getting their pilot's license before their driver's license.
Absolutely. You can solo an airplane, be up in an airplane by yourself when you're 16. And so you can do all your training to do that up until you're 16. And then you can get your license on your 17th birthday. So there's a lot of kids out there who have been able to fly an airplane by themselves before they can drive a car by themselves.
Yeah, I don't know if is it like teaching your teenage child to drive. I mean, that's scary enough. I would assume it's a little bit nerve-wracking to teach to be in there with a 15-year-old as he's learning to fly.
Yeah, I don't have the mentality to be a flight instructor. I have passion for aviation. When I take people up, we can go and let people have the controls and be able to see what it feels like to actually fly. But to actually be a flight instructor and take students, there's some very good professionals in our community that do that.
Yeah,
I'm not one of them.
Yeah, I couldn't teach driver's ed. That's for sure. It's also obviously any organization survives by its memberships. I'm sure that you have membership drives as you invite people to join your organization, stuff like this, where we're absolutely inviting folks to check it out. Again, it was SheridanPilots.org, right?
Yep, SheridanPilots.org. And our events are what I would consider our biggest membership drives. It's inviting the community out, inviting people out to events such as Wings and Wheels or the Air Show, and then letting them know, hey, we have this great organization. If you want to be involved, come on out. It doesn't take much. Yeah,
you bet. Let's talk about some of the events that you guys do. Let's start with Santa Claus coming to town. I had a quick story. Back in the day, was an executive producer with KOA Radio in Denver, and we had a traffic helicopter 85. And Al Verley was the pilot. But I was told that if I played Santa Claus, I wanted to fly in the helicopter.
Sure.
That's the bottom line. So if I would play Santa Claus, I would get to fly in, dressed as Santa with bag full of toys, land in the Copter 850 traffic helicopter for KOA, and get out as Santa Claus in an elementary school playground. You ever want an ego boost, feel good, to feel loved? be Santa Claus and get out of a helicopter.
You'll be a rock star.
It was
Absolutely.
awesome. So yeah, that one of the again, any chance I can, excuse to fly, I do love it. So let's talk about the one of the events that you do. And I was amazed the first time I went out there, how many people show up. But it is Santa coming in on a fixed wing, though, right?
Yes, sir. So this year's Santa flying is going to be on December 6th. It's generally the first Saturday in December there. And
you got to get the Santa wish list in.
That's right. You got to get it in time. Exactly. He's
a
busy man, so we want to make sure he's able to come down and then head back up to the North Pole. The event is phenomenal. It started for me when I was a kid. We were living in Texas, and my father was involved in general aviation, and they were able to fly Santa in, and that has always been a story in our family and stuck with me. And so as I was a manager of airports in a previous life, moved around the country, I always started that at every airport that I had been at. And then here, when I got here to Sheridan, it was an easy opportunity because the passion of our Pilots Association, the folks instantly grabbed onto the idea, and we've ran with it. We have flown Santa in, I believe, 3 years in a row now, in fixed wing aircraft, and we'll have 500 kids show up at the airport and be able to see Santa, get their wish lists in, and the eyes of the children when you're able to see Santa and aviation combined, it's phenomenal.
That's so very cute. But let's talk about poker. So yeah, what a leap. Okay, Santa, again, a track that's got to be also just the marketing of it, the publicity. It's another great way to get the word out. I'm a marketing guy, so
Sure.
Whenever I see it being well done, I've got to. If you're just listening, and I put up images on the stream, you can go back. As I said, the show is archived, and because I got JT and Santa right here getting out of the plane here on the screen at the moment, so it's a good one. But also another one of your events is the poker run, and that's on the schedule already for this year. Saturday, November 15th. From 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., second annual Ace Around the Bighorns Poker Run. So you did it before, and how did it go? Obviously good enough that you're doing it again.
It went great, and it brings pilots in from all over the state and the region to be able to come and support. It's really pilot-focused, where we're kind of drumming up that awareness of having an association and what we can do, letting them know the things that are going on. But it's also a fundraiser, and we're able to utilize the funds. Last year we had the big fire going on, and so we dedicated all the funds that were raised off of that poker run to that, not just doing pilot associated things, but getting it to the fire departments that work so hard in conjunction with the aerial firefighting, and thank God we had them.
I'm saving the fly-in and air show for last, okay? Because that's coming up.
It is.
And we want to get people invited. So let's talk about the Wings and Wheels event. That was in June?
Yep. It's generally that first Saturday in June. It's a wonderful event. You've been there. That event has a focus on raising money and giving out scholarships. So it's really a gala at the airport. It's a unique event where it's a dinner, dancing, music, and being able to see airplanes in a unique way where you're out on the apron of an airport in those twilight hours. The last few years we've had a night air show that has been absolutely incredible. But that event is used to be able to raise money for scholarships and then also give out the scholarships. This last year we gave it was $15,000 in scholarships to young folk who are looking at going into the professional pilot program. The nation needs more pilots that are going to be flying the airplanes. There's a current pilot shortage. And then also on the maintenance side is a big shortage. And so we give out scholarships for that, for people to go learn to be a aircraft mechanic.
Wow. Many blue collar type jobs so needed. And they get done and they get certified. Man, they're going to work right away.
Absolutely.
There's plenty of room for them. Yeah, you mentioned the wings and wheels. So there's antique cars there, hot rods, muscle cars as well, but a plethora of airplanes, jets, helicopters.
This year we had a boat as our grand stage.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I sat right in front of it. There we had dinner. Dinner was great, by the way. It's a dress up event. And folks come out there, and there's great food, libations, but the coolest thing about it is the hands-on experience that you get. I'm just one of millions who are fascinated by the P-51 Mustang.
Absolutely.
And it's been a rare time in my life where I've ever gotten to get right up on it, climb up and look in the cockpit, and then watch it later fly and put on a demonstration around Sheridan County Airport. It's a thrill for me every time. I'm 64 years old. I feel like I'm 12 when I'm around that. And who is the gentleman that flies in on that? And how does one get a P-51 Mustang?
So as you know, there's not a lot of them out there. They are definitely dwindling, being a World War II aircraft. To be honest, and I sheepishly say this, I do not know the pilot who was in that. I was not part of working on that part.
JT, text us.
There you go.
Where are you? Let me put the number up here for JT to, there you go, 307-278-9598. 307-278-9598. In fact, if you have a question for Justin about Sheridan Pilots Association and any of these events, the scholarships, all these things we're talking about, probably should text me right now. It is also a phone in, and you can leave a voice message, but I think text is easiest. 307-278-9598. Let me get off here and off of your face. There you go. Where were we? We were talking about, wings and wheels. So, and then there are jet aircraft as well, and some antique aircraft other than the P-51. When I say antique, I'm looking at Pipers and maybe some of the aircraft that are there that they'll get hands-on experience with. I'll let you describe.
Absolutely. Yeah, and when we talk about antique aviation, really, we're only almost 125 years into actual flight, man-powered or, engine-powered flight from the Wright brothers back in 1903.
Isn't it?
It really is, and the steps they've come forward. So antique aircraft that we see out there are aircraft that were built in the 1930s and 1940s. Yeah. These aircraft are in phenomenal condition. Many are as they were when they rolled off the showroom floor as far as being able to be serviceable. Every aircraft gets an annual done every year, a big tear down on the airplane to be able to make sure that it's going to keep flying for, hopefully years and years more.
It's one thing to drive a rebuilt 67 Camaro SS, right? It's another thing to get in a 1926 biplane and fly it around.
Absolutely.
You better have some both mechanical skills or know a good
knowing a good mechanic is key.
And a good pilot.
Absolutely. And as you had mentioned, we have everything out there at a Wings and Wheels event, from old Waco aircraft and Stearmans. And
Waco, what's that?
Waco is similar to a Stearman, just kind of that vintage era of an airplane, a biplane, generally. Okay. Just beautiful, beautiful airplanes.
Is that the one that that Bruce Garber, my boss at Century 21 in my other job, when I'm not here, I got the logo. Oh, there it is. And what is that? What is he flying?
So he has a beautiful red and yellow Stearman, as you had mentioned, that has flown over the rodeo. You see it over town.
That's a Stearman.
It is a great airplane that people are able to see, and it sparks that interest in aviation. And then also a fantastic red Waco that is just gorgeous. And it was sitting in the corner at Wings and Wheels.
Yeah, no, I stop there every time when that one is on display. What are some of the other ones that folks fly in for Wings and Wheels?
Absolutely. So a lot of single engines, get some twin engines, and general aviation covers a very wide range. So you can have just the personal little commuter airplanes that people use for pleasure and business, but then also jets and large turbine aircraft that are used throughout the state. Wyoming's a unique state. We got a lot of land and not a lot of connectivity. It's 2 hours to Casper.
Right.
But in an airplane, you can make that in 30 minutes, and it turns things into trips across the state where it's a day trip rather than a multi-day trip.
Do you do that? I mean, do you fly instead of drive to Casper, drive to Gillette, drive? Do you fly?
Absolutely.
And you fly your family?
Mm-hmm. Yep, fly my family. It's getting harder and harder to keep my son flying as long as he's in the front seat. He likes doing it.
How old is he?
He's 12. He's realized he likes the front seat rather than the back seat.
Mm-hmm. I bet that'd spoil you. I mean, being able to fly. My wife travels a lot with her organization. It's a blessing. I mean, I think part of our ability to have moved here, she was able to keep her job and work from home, and is the 2 flights a day.
Yes.
With the commuter operation, United Express, is it still?
Yeah, SkyWest. Through United, yep.
Right. And so mega convenient. I flew to Denver. My nephew invited me to the Metallica concert in Denver. And since my brother's taste in music is wimpy, my nephew invited me so we could rock out to Metallica. And for Father's Day, my wife bought me a plane ticket so I could fly down there instead of six and a half hours of driving. Man, how convenient is that? That'll get you excited about getting your pilot's license.
Absolutely. Yeah. And a lot of people make comment, it is a smaller commercial airplane, flying with 50 of your closest friends as you're heading down there. But I will have to say that our airport manager here in Sheridan, Mr. Robert Gill, and the county commission, everybody involved at the community level to make sure that air service is available, and working with the state, who does a phenomenal job of making sure we have connectivity throughout the state. It's great. We have a very passionate core group that keeps that commercial service going. And then on the general aviation side, you're able to take it and fly wherever you want rather than just destination down to Denver.
Bighorn Airways is more of a charter operation. How are they different?
They have multiple facets. They are the fixed-based operator at the airport, so they're kind of that front-facing group. When an aircraft lands, they're able to get them fuel, make sure that if they have maintenance needs, be able to take care of them. And take care of their needs as they're coming through the doors into our community. It's kind of an off-ramp.
Right.
And so they do a lot of interesting things as far as, I believe it was at one point, agricultural spraying, charter flights, getting out there and just filling the needs of aviation is really a point of contact. And then with Sheridan Pilots 307, the flight school in town, they also do charter and flight training.
Understood. Okay. Another break here, our last one. And when we get back, now this is an event I don't know much about and have not attended. Not sure how many events they've had of the Fly-In and Air Show, which is coming up here on the 23rd? When is that?
Yes, Saturday the 23rd. It is coming.
Hang on a second. Let's do that commercial break, come back, and let's talk about it. I'm curious, and I'm looking at that date so that I can see if it's something that Deb and I can do. Oh, yeah. Look at those planes. I'm looking at a website picture here. That's cool. Okay, so when we get back, let's talk about it. It's new to me. It's called the Fly-In and Air Show. Curious about the fly-in aspect. I've been to air shows, but we'll talk about that. That's Justin Hyde right over there. He's the president of the Sheridan Pilots Association. I assume there's affiliated organizations in other towns in Wyoming, too,
Absolutely.
with similar passions for flight. All right, come back here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. On the other side is 643. It's your buddy Bags. Thanks for joining me.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Back with you on Cowboy State Daily Radio. John Baggett, a.k.a. your buddy Bags, with Justin High, the president of the Sheridan Pilots Association, talking about flight this morning. And I want to talk about this event coming up on August 23rd. You guys call it the Fly In and Air Show. I know what an air show is, so Fly In and Air Show. It's from 8 o'clock in the morning till noon, which we've already talked about the fact that's the best time to be able to. It's calm. Look out there. It's calm. It's beautiful. And so what's going on August 23rd from 8 to noon at the Sheridan County Airport?
All right. So we do have our fly-in air show. And really, it starts from 8 to 10 with a pancake breakfast. And a lot of times that's an easy way to get pilots to fly in, be able to get some good eats before the fun starts. And then the air show will be from 10 to noon. We're going to have 5 great acts over 8 different performances, and it's going to involve World War II trainer airplanes, biplanes, an extra 300 aerobatic aircraft, a Husky aircraft doing a short takeoff and landing demonstration. So Husky aircraft are built over in Afton, Wyoming, and are phenomenal tail wheel aircraft. And they can take off and land really short. And so we're going to get a demonstration by that. And then lastly, we just got confirmed that the glider demonstration team from the Air Force Academy is going to come up and do a demonstration in
Really?
one of their gliders.
That is awesome. Back to the Husky.
Yes.
Now, is that the one you see in a lot of the, out there
bush planes?
Bush plane.
Yes. Yes. Bush
Help
planes.
a brother out. It's a bush plane. Is that what that is?
Yes. Yeah. They can be configured in many ways, but a lot of them you see with the big tires, and they can go land on unimproved airstrips and be able to get into the back country of places.
I've seen video of them, 30, 40 feet.
Very short.
Very short, both landing and taking off. Pretty incredible to watch. So, yeah. So what else is going on that day? I assume, with my experience with air shows, we used to go to the regularly the Jefferson County Airport in Colorado, Denver metro area. Loved it. I mean, we were, just at times they would have either the Thunderbirds or the Blue Angels. This is a Sheridan, Wyoming size,
yes, sir,
air show, right? And so when you say fly in, so some of these for the air show, they're flying in to be in the air show.
Yes.
I mean, it's okay.
Similarly, let's say Hewlett, Wyoming, just a few weeks ago had their fly-in, and it's an opportunity for pilots to be able to get out on a Saturday morning, fly to another airport. Generally, we operate around food, and so there's pancakes and breakfast and things going on. Get out and fly during those beautiful early mornings.
Another marketing genius entice them with some pancakes.
and flying is an opportunity to bring the community out to see what's in the hangars, see the airplanes, and be able to experience aviation. And you can draw from all over the region of other local pilots who want to share that passion. And like we said, aviation is very passion driven. And so we will have aircraft coming in. We'll have a bunch on static display that are either based here in Sheridan or coming in from out of town. And it's going to be a fantastic opportunity to touch and see and experience it up close.
It looks to me like you have also obviously family-friendly event. Is there a cost to it?
There is no cost. This is completely free, and that's a huge thank you to our sponsors. Sheridan Memorial Hospital is going to be providing the all the pancakes and breakfast. We got just a great group of people who are going to be cooking thousands and thousands of pancakes for the
volunteers that
Absolutely.
we're getting ready to talk about anyway. Yeah, you bet. I mean, any organization has to operate with volunteers. Okay, let me send that to voicemail. Usually I have it. I have it turned off, but I noticed that we talk about family friendly, that there's radio operated model planes as well.
Model aircraft, absolutely. We have a very large group of model aircraft operators out here in Sheridan County, and a great place for them to be able to fly their aircraft. And so they have in the past been able to come out and show what they have, and it's a good way to bring awareness for what they're doing and what they got going on.
So there's no cost to it, and talk about a great way to keep a kid occupied for a little while. That's that hands-on experience again. It looks to me like a lot of events that this air show, there's not really like what I'm used to at the Jefferson County air show. You sit in the grandstands.
Correct.
This is Sheridan County Airport, Malcolm Wallop Terminal.
Yep. Bring your camping chair, and you bring your own seat or stand and enjoy the show. It is going to be a very family friendly event. So if you bring a chair, come and have a seat, be able to have your little place to be able to see the air show. You're doing it in a much smaller crowd than what would be experienced in a Denver metro area air show where the Blue Angels are coming, and you get that more up close and personal feeling to it. And I'll tell you, it's not just classic cars and airplanes. The National Guard will be able to have equipment out there for people to touch and feel. The airport will have their large firefighting engines out there so the kids can be able to see it. And I tell you, that's one of the biggest draws for many of the children out there is being able to see those big pieces of equipment.
Pretty cool, man. It's still these the kids, and then there's big kids.
All of us are big kids, absolutely.
Like that. Oh, cool. I see. Yeah, and they hands-on experience for a kid like that may just develop a passion for flying. You might see them at, there is a flight simulator out there too. I think that's part of what JT is involved with the flight school.
With the flight school, so they have been generous enough to host, the Sheridan Pilots Association has a flight simulator, Redbird flight simulator, that is able to be used for actual flight training in many cases. The flight school has hosted that, and so it's in their classroom. And so it provides an opportunity to either get instruction or for kids to be able to come out and see and experience that piece of aviation where we're able to demonstrate it. And we do it for school tours and different groups to be able to get that first step into aviation.
Now, I've never sat down there behind it and done and operated the simulator, but it looks really
It's
cool.
very realistic. It's realistic enough to be able to count for some of your instrument training, and is a great opportunity.
You bet it would pique somebody's curiosity, right from there, and then walk outside and see the aircraft itself. Yeah, they're on their way. One of the things that I mentioned in the break, I have a lot of friends who, not a lot, I have a few friends who operate drones, one of whom professionally, as a professional photographer, it's his business. And so the proliferation and the growth of that category, does that raise some concerns for you and pilots in general?
Yeah, I would say the FAA has definitely taken a bigger look at it now that drones, you can buy them at Walmart. You can get them for Christmas. It's things that, show up and you think they're great. And they are. The amazing pictures that they can take. One thing that I would recommend is for folks to be able to, if you do get a drone, make sure that you're looking up the regulations and see what's going on. Your friend that professionally does it, that's a Part 107 drone operator certificate that they're able to get, and they know all the rules much better than I do on the drone side. But the biggest thing is we want to keep them away from, keep the drones away from the airplanes so that everybody's safe. And so there are some buffers and boundaries and height limitations, I know, for the drones that they're supposed to follow. And, if everybody plays by the rules, we're going to all get along.
Everybody's okay.
Well,
you gotta, you see where, birds and those kind of things, offer some level of concern, I would think. We're not at a place, where, near the ocean, for example, where we got pelicans and seagulls and albatrosses flying around. But I'm sure there are concerns. I can imagine if it has flock of birds has an impact on a big jet, it can also have an impact on a small plane.
Absolutely. And fortunately for especially the small single engine ones, you're moving a lot slower than a big jet, where you got a little bit more time to maneuver around them. And it's amazing what you can see when you're in the air. I mentioned flying to Hewlett. When I was on my way over there, I was flying at right around 10,000 feet and was able to see, there was a bird way up there, and you definitely want to avoid them if you can.
Sure. And you only got a couple minutes left here, but I wanted to end with in kind of the area where aviation impacts our community.
Yes.
And it does, both monetarily and in other ways too. How does it affect us?
Well, actually, right now is a great time to be asking that question. The State Aeronautics Commission is doing a big study on an aviation impact study, and it's seeing what is the impact in aviation for our local communities across the state. And generally, it's tied to that monetary value, and it's in the millions for each community, even the smallest community, of what that aviation brings. Really, an airport in itself is just a mile-long piece of pavement, but it is an off-ramp to the community. And so it's bringing in business. It's bringing in jobs. And, not only on that side of the impact of monetary value and growing our communities, but it's also for emergency services. We've seen the firefighting helicopter and aircraft that operate out here when we are in our forest fire season. And fortunately, it's been a beautiful summer and we haven't had to deal with that much, knock on wood. But then there's another one that is a big passion, especially with some of our members, and that's Angel Flight. being able to fly people who need to be able to get to doctor's appointments. And we know we have a great facility in many of our communities, and especially here in Sheridan. But when you're dealing with some illnesses, you need the support in Denver or Billings. And so having those angel flights where it's a donated time, we're able to take people down there to be able to visit, do their appointment, and come back home without that 6.5 hour car ride to Denver.
It's a lifesaver, literally. So, all right, we're just about out of time, but I do want to give you an opportunity again to invite folks who are interested in aviation to get a hold of you, and how to do that, and maybe a shout out to anybody you want to say hi to before we go.
Absolutely. The best way is visit our website, SheridanPilots.org. My email, it's pretty easy, straight off of that, president@SheridanPilots.org. And I'm coming close to the end of my term, but it's going to go to the next coordinator to be able to head that up, and it'll be the same email. Please, support your local airports, get out, see what's out there, have interest. And there's people in every community that love talking about aviation.
Hey, Justin, good job, man. I enjoyed it. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you very
We'll
much.
be back. It's straight up 7 o'clock. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Stay tuned.
It's time to take a look. It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Despite being removed from the official agenda of a legislative meeting in Casper on Thursday, a former Speaker of the Wyoming House of Representatives was allowed to testify there for nearly 30 minutes. Tom Lubnau's 28-minute remote testimony to the Legislative Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions Committee followed his unceremonious removal from the agenda days earlier by committee co-chair Christopher Knapp. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the legislator had voiced concerns with the acerbic nature of Lubnau's weekly political column in Cowboy State Daily.
In my experience covering legislative meetings, for a public commenter to be given a half-hour testimony is almost unheard of, or at least extremely rare. And Chairman Knapp told me on Wednesday, he was like, look, yes, he's taken off the schedule, but I mean, he's allowed to speak during public comment. And if I'm chairing that meeting, I'll even give him extra time in light of his great expertise in this area.
On Thursday, Lubnau told McFarland he was sorry that the controversy distracted from the real objective, which is making good laws in Wyoming. Well, what was a small wildfire reported about 14 miles east of Thermopolis on Wednesday evening has exploded to an estimated more than 20,000 acres as of Thursday evening. What's been named the Red Canyon Fire also has prompted evacuations of homes in the rural area, according to Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson.
Don't know exactly when it was started, but likely started when it was noticed Wednesday evening. And when I first checked in on it Thursday morning, it was estimated at about 300 acres. By 5 o'clock Thursday, it was 15,000 acres. That shows how by mid-August, fire conditions are just off the charts. Everything is dry. There's fuel loads just ready to go. It doesn't take much. I think just a squirrel looking at you wrong will set it on fire. And then it just burns. They've called in a Type 3 incident management team to oversee fighting this fire. They know how to fight these things.
The fire is burning in the Red Hole, Kirby Creek, and Buffalo Creek areas, which are included in the evacuation. However, while the smoke plume from the fire is visible in Thermopolis, officials say the town itself isn't threatened. Cowboy Energy of Sheridan has invested millions of dollars and spent 3 years developing what would be one of Wyoming's first agriculture-friendly solar installations. The project promises to generate badly needed property tax revenue for Goshen County while allowing agricultural operations to continue on the same land, putting the farm in solar farm. But Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that there's a catch. The company says there's currently no feasible way to transmit that electricity to market.
This company would love to get the project off the ground. They have the support of the economic development team there. I think they're also opponents to this as well. The plan appears to be mostly in place to get this very large solar farm up and running, except the crucial element of where do you transmit? If you can't get your electricity to market, you don't have a project.
The CEO of Go Goshen Economic Development, Brian Young, said the solar project would generate needed economic benefits for the county of about 12,000 people. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
When browsing around the F.E. Warren Air Force Base Exchange store, one might do a double take when catching a glimpse of a silhouette of an African antelope on a t-shirt commemorating the Wyoming Air Force Base. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that it was simple miscommunication between the store's staff and a shirt maker when the store put in an order for roughly 50 shirts with an antelope on them.
There are so many antelope. We call them antelope, but they're actually pronghorn. On the F.E. Warren base, they wanted to have a t-shirt that kind of commemorated them. So they ordered a t-shirt with an antelope on it. What they got were t-shirts with the picture of an antelope on them, except it was an African greater kudu antelope, an actual antelope, and not a pronghorn. The ordering manager said, you know what, we'll just be more specific next time. In the meantime, she said, I'm stuck with these shirts.
Since they couldn't send back the t-shirts with an African antelope on them, the staff decided to make the best of it, adding that people really do enjoy them as a novelty item. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
All right, Coach, let's do a quick weather. Partly to mostly sunny in much of the state of Wyoming today with a chance for rain. Highs from the low 70s to low 90s and lows from the 40s to low 60s. We just checked out Sheridan. It's clear skies and 57 degrees. Okay, that is the weather for Wyoming. So a little rain coming in, Coach. You got practice today?
No practice today. We start on Monday, and it's going to be a burner, so it's going to be a warm one.
Oh, yeah. Well, hey, it teaches character. That's what they say. But anyway, this is Coach Kirk McLaughlin. Am I saying that right, Coach? And you, the head coach, how long have you been head coach at Bighorn High School?
Oh, boy. So first year was 2018. I think I'm taking on my 7th year as the head football coach.
And you took over for kind of a legend, didn't you?
Well, going off your notes, actually, I came to Bighorn in 2012.
I'm going to bring you closer to me.
Okay, and
so they can see your face.
Oh, I didn't know I was on
there
camera too.
Oh, yeah.
But
streaming and broadcast, brother.
My first year was 2012, and I got hired on, and I was with Michael McGuire.
That's right. In between.
Yep, spent 6 seasons with him. Had a great time. We had a lot of success with him, and then he took on a college role, and I stepped up when he left for Dickinson State.
Yeah, so in those 7 seasons, this will be the 8th one for you coming up, or the 7th?
This will be 7.
This will be 7. You've got a couple of state championships in there. This past season.
Yep.
And then in 2022. Is there something before that I missed?
So in 2018, 2019, we also won. That's when Wyoming had a 1A 11-man classification. And we were fortunate enough to win them both those years. Had great kids those years.
I think that's why because I Googled 2A, and that's what came up.
Yep.
I didn't look further for the 1A, but Bighorn has a tradition of winning.
Yeah, we've pretty fortunate, got great kids, and then the winning goes back a long time. It's not just me. It's, it's Coach McGuire, it's Coach Dow, it's Coach St. John and Sherry. There's a lot of winning that's gone on out there at Bighorn.
You bet. My father was principal at Bighorn from 1979 to 92, I believe. So 12 years, I think it was total. And Coach Sherry, Rick Sherry, was the coach at that time. I do remember they were tough then. So that winning tradition, I think it's between Bighorn and Sheridan and Tongue River. I'm pretty sure it's either the water and the Little Goose that's feeding us here, but there's a lot of good football being played. I jumped ahead of what I wanted to do because I wanted to introduce you and who you are, what you do, your family, a little bit. So are you from this region? How'd you get here? How'd you get to Bighorn?
Okay, so I was born and raised in Sundance, Wyoming.
Sure.
That's where I was raised, born, as I said, born and raised, but loved my time there.
Are they in our conference?
They are, yeah.
So they must love it when you come home with the beasts from Bighorn.
It's always interesting because some of the players on the team were my teammates back when I was in high school. So it's kind of fun to see those names. But then stayed in the Black Hills area and went to Black Hills State University. Was fortunate enough to play there and stuck with the team for 5 years. And that's where I graduated. Met my wife, who's a Glen Rock herder. And,
oh, boy.
Yeah, so we got our Wyoming roots. And
I played at Wheatland, and Glen Rock was one of our rivals. We were in the same division then, and a lot of friends in Glen Rock. Good morning, Glen Rock. And your wife, what's your wife's name?
Lee. Her maiden name was Roos.
Roos. Don't think I know her, but she probably knows a lot of people I know, and versa vice.
I'm sure.
You bet. But anyways, I interrupted. Go
ahead.
Yeah,
well, we both graduated Black Hills State and decided we'd spread our wings a little bit and try Colorado. We spent 8 years in the Delta County School District down out west.
What towns?
So Paonia, Hotchkiss, Delta, and Cedar Edge. Met a lot of great people, coached some great kids there. Learned a lot as a young coach. You come out of college and you play in a college sport thinking you know everything, and you figure out real quick that you don't know much. And there's a steep learning curve when you go from playing to coaching. And, those 8 years were very educational for my coaching career.
Were you a head coach?
At times, yeah, in different aspects. Track and a little bit of football down there.
Right.
But mostly doing assistant coach stuff and learning from some great coaches down there, and had an opportunity to come up here, get back home to Wyoming, and always loved the Bighorn Mountains. And there was, had a small group of schools that I wanted to maybe make it back here for, and a couple of job openings opened up, and, took advantage of it and made our way back home into Wyoming.
Bighorn was one of them. Yeah. It ain't bad. I mean, it's people, you think small town, 500, but it really is. It's relatively close to Sheridan, and just beautiful right there. Or do you live out that direction?
Yeah, live out towards Bighorn, close to the Bighorn Y intersection.
You bet. All right. Well, so you got here. You're now at Sheridan, and for a while an assistant coach.
Yep.
At Bighorn, under Coach
McGuire.
Michael
okay.
McGuire. And so what you were line coach, DBs, D coordinator? What was your role there?
I was the defensive coordinator. I coached the linebackers and wide receivers while I was with
you
Coach
look
McGuire.
Kind of like just body type, maybe a Black Hills State linebacker.
No.
Where were you?
I was a receiver.
Okay. Well,
yeah, that was my expertise. It's kind of, it's come full circle. I came out of college thinking I knew everything about offense and didn't know much about defense, but then had to learn the other side of the football and actually and I still to this day coach and call the defense. And that's a lot of fun. That's kind of my jam is on the defensive side of the ball.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think most people that I know involved. My father coached. I coached middle school age, and played a little high school, a little bit of college, and defense, because I played tight end and defensive end, and I could have completely. I mean, I still have broken bones that you can see from tight end, and it's the old hammer versus nail comparison. Would you rather be the hammer or the nail? And so defense, most guys that I talk to who really love the game of football and have played it will tell you they'd rather play defense. My son at a 5A school in Denver was the starting quarterback and the starting free safety.
Oh, really?
And he hated playing quarterback.
Really?
He was probably the would much rather, here you are, the quarterback, BMOC kind of thing, and he would have given that up completely. But that's what he did. I coached him. That's how I got into coaching. I was coaching him in Little League football, but he did not like playing quarterback. He would much rather have played defense. So it's pretty much unanimous.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, my son's kind of that way too. He's a sophomore, and he really likes his defensive back position. So.
You bet. Let's talk about your family just a little bit. I have a couple images, and again, for those of you who are listening but not watching, you can get right there. Okay, there we go. This is looks like you and the family after a good day in Laramie. Yeah, beautiful family. Again, if you're listening but not watching, you can go back to our archives after the show and download and watch the entire show if you want, here in the 7 o'clock hour with Coach McLaughlin. Beautiful family. And it looks like 3 girls and a boy.
Yep. Just
and he's a sophomore, you say? Man,
he's a sophomore.
He's got some size. Where does that come from?
I don't know. Not from mom and dad, I can tell you that.
Somewhere down the line.
Somewhere on mom's side of the family.
There's somebody with some size.
A little bit of height.
What does he like to play?
He's a corner and a quarterback, and we're going to play around with some receiver stuff as well. But like we mentioned before, he kind of likes that defensive back position.
Yeah.
That's, I think, he gets most excited for.
Yeah, nobody can blame him. That's for sure. So since, all right, 2018, you become the head football coach, Bighorn Rams.
Yep.
And right away you have some success.
Yeah, we had. Well, I can remember getting interviewed, what were my thoughts taking over the program, and I was like, well, I just got the keys to a Cadillac.
Wow.
That first year, we just happened to have a junior going to be senior group that was just dynamic, very big group. I think we had 13, 14 seniors, and we're talking some serious talent. And we had some kids, that went on and played some college football out of that group, or could have. And
remind me,
really
wasn't Will Palliser in that?
Well, he was a junior. Quinn
Yeah.
McCafferty, was on that, was our quarterback, but then that was the Seth Molinex, Cade Isley, Cade Van Dyke. And I mean, I could just go through the list, name off a bunch of kids.
Team.
And, that senior junior group combined was dynamic. And I was pretty spoiled because they were so talented, and nothing against the 1A ranks, but we were heading above, talent-wise above them, and we could do a lot of wrong and still win games pretty handedly. And learned a lot from those teams, but it was the 2020 and 2021 seasons where we didn't win as much that I learned the most. And
right.
I think those seasons led to more of
and the
our
kids
success
did
now.
too.
Yeah,
yeah,
for sure.
Well, I'm a Wheatland Bulldog, and since we've moved here, we go to every time you guys play Wheatland at home. We go, of course, and we go to a lot of your games. By the way, I'll pick up my dad, former principal, and we'll go out and watch with some of his buddies. Go watch Bighorn play. But I always go. This is the only time I sit on the opponent's part of the bleachers out there. For the Wheatland Bulldogs, have my college roommate's son is one of the coaches there, Jake Montoya, and you guys have beat the crap out of them every time out of us since we've moved here. And Wheatland has been, very competitive at times, but it seems like Bighorn, and this is a testament to you and your coaching staff, consistently competitive year after year. That's tough to do. It really is.
Yeah,
what do you attribute that to? Just
well,
like I said, the water and
the
Little
water,
Goose
Little
Creek.
Goose, just the aura of the Bighorn Mountains. But we just, we've got kids coming through every single year that are competitive and love the game of football and are excited to play the game. And I, when Coach McGuire got hired in 2012, I came on with him. Andrew Markier was there, and Coach Markier and I have been together ever since. And then we added Coach Brantz just in a year later in 2013. And, just the consistency, and you see it in Sheridan too, that coaching staff camaraderie is there. We love working with each other and for each other, and that kind of shows. And then you just get great kids and great families. And these last few years especially have just been really fun to see us grow as a community, not just a football team of coaches and players, but, we get a lot of people involved in supporting the team, and it's kind of a community thing, and it's been a lot of fun. Probably two of my favorite pictures that I have are from our semifinal games of the last 2 years, just the whole community taking a picture after the football game. And that I cherish those. That means a lot that we have such a dynamic football community that supports each other. And I think that has a lot to do with some of the success we're having.
Well, I'm looking at, and so are some of our listeners/viewers, the ones that are streaming online, your coaching staff. Let's introduce those guys.
So as I'm looking at the picture, I'm on the left. The next guy in is Coach Brantz, been with him since 2013.
Mm-hmm.
He coaches wide receivers and defensive backs, probably one of the best teachers around, the best English teacher I've ever seen. The guy in the middle there, the shorter one, is Coach Bates. Great thing about Coach Bates was he's one of our players through the Bighorn ranks. And in 2016, he had a pick six. I'll never forget that play that really catapulted us to a state championship that year when I was still a D coordinator, and it was Coach McGuire's era. The tall guy there, that's Coach Marcus Fernandez. He was a volunteer coach last year. His mom, Colette, works at the front in the office for us and does probably the best secretary around. But right now, Marcus is down in Colorado fighting fire. Great young coach for us. And then next guy in the black coat is Coach Markier. We've been together since 2012, spent a lot of track seasons together too. Great teacher as well. Builds a lot of great relationships. He calls our offense. One of the best line coaches around, hands down. The guy to the right, interesting story. That's Coach Farr. He's a Casper Natrona grad.
Mm-hmm.
I got to coach him in the Shrine Bowl, and when he told me he was coming to Sheridan College, I was like, "You want to help us out?" And for 2 years,
awesome.
With his time at Sheridan College, he helped us out, and now I hate to say it, he's coaching for Natrona now, but we loved our time with him, and hoping to add a few more volunteers this year, but that's not final. But love it. That's the biggest thing about what I've learned about coaching football through the years is I've had some opportunities to coach with some great people, and that's what makes it just as much fun as it is the kids. If you're around guys that you can respect and work with and have a few laughs, it makes coaching football that much better.
Absolutely. And I want to talk some more about that. What you really mean to the young people and the kids you coach, and what that's all about, and what football can do. I have relationships still to this day where my goddaughter is a kid that I coached in football and basketball when he was in middle school. So they become lifetime relationships. We're going to do this break here, and when we come back, I'm going to save that for a little bit later. I want to talk about the last two state championships. Again, Bighorn Rams defending state champions. About that game with Cokeville, you guys were on fire, and then we're going to talk a little about what's in store. And you guys, like every year, got to reload. All right. Thanks, Coach, for being here bright and early on a Saturday morning on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags at 7:23. Good morning.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Canada, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, there's like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay. And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Back on Cowboy State Daily Radio at 7:26 on a Saturday. John Baggett, or your buddy Bags, in studio with the head coach of the Bighorn Rams, Coach Kirk McLaughlin. Again, welcome, Coach, and thank you. And I like talking about football. Yeah, we'll do a lot of it today. I have Marty Lenz coming up. He's the morning show host on 850 KOA, the big dog there in Denver. And he's also a CSU grad, played football there, I think under Earl Bruce. We'll have to ask him. Another legendary coach. We'll talk about that Wyoming CSU rivalry. We're always giving each other a little crapola about that, the bronze boot battles. And that's coming up. Then at 9 o'clock, I've got the voice of the Broncos, Dave Logan, coming on. And, yeah, we're going to talk about the Broncos, all right. So, you see the preseason game? Did you catch any of that?
I just watched the highlights, but I was happy with a lot of things.
Well, you know, while Bo Nix was in there, they didn't really do anything. I think they were losing 3-0 at the end of the first quarter when he was playing. I thought he was a little short on a couple of opportunities. I'm a big Bo Nix guy. I'm all in. So, but
leave.
Yeah, don't leave. Exactly.
Bo leave, like believe.
Oh, got it. Believe.
Believe.
You got it. I'm going to borrow that.
Yeah.
So anyway, talking a little football here. The Bighorn Rams have put on the last couple of years been pretty impressive. 2022 state champions. I remember that state championship game especially because it was a come from behind win. You guys like pulled one out of your what, and it was awesome. It's legendary.
Yeah, that was probably, I'm going to be honest, one of my most cherished seasons I've ever coached, just because we didn't win a lot of games the year before, and we weren't expected to win many games that year, and the boys came through, and we overcame a lot of adversity. All of our playoff games were super competitive and close games, and then basically won in the last minute of the state championship, and had a special play in our pocket to go for 2. And
I remember
it was a special day, that's for sure.
So, and were some of the kids freshmen that became seniors when you guys won the state championship last year?
So this year's seniors were freshmen for 2022.
Oh, got it.
And that's kind of how they came to start high school football, was in dramatic fashion, and they learned from some great leaders. I've already seen it this year. I know we're going to talk about this year later, but that 2022 team was special. A lot of great kids and just great moments, and then to win a state championship like that's a story we'll never forget.
Was that Lovell?
It was Lovell.
Yeah, you guys have developed a rivalry with Lovell, and isn't that your first game this year?
So
what a great start!
Yeah.
Awesome.
Head coach Lovell Bulldogs, Nick Crosby, him and I become friends, and we're competitors. He wants to beat us, we want to beat them, and but we don't want to play each other first because we know it's going to be a knockdown, drag out fight and competitive game, and we know that if we want to be successful and make it to Laramie with the football team, it's we're probably going to face each other in the playoffs, and it's just over the last 3 years especially, we've played each other the first game of the regular season and then somewhere in the playoffs, and they have been competitive, exciting games. I mean, we've got double overtime games and games that have come down to the last little bit. To say it's a rivalry is a very true statement.
It's great though. I mean, every school should have a rivalry. And I mean, when I was going to school in Wheatland, it was Torrington was our big rivalry. They're not even in the same conference anymore. There's 3A, I think Torrington, and Wheatland's 2A. When I was going to school there in the mid and late 70s, they were building that power plant, and Wheatland blew up to like 5,000 plus, and they moved us up into the 3A, and we won in the 3 years that I was there playing football. I think we won 4 games total. And we talked about that a little bit earlier about you learn probably more in those seasons than you do in championship seasons. So in between 2022 and 2024, there's a couple seasons in there, or one, that you had a down season. So what happened there?
Actually, it was 2020 and 2021. We didn't win as many games those years. We were 1A, 11 men, and then we opted up into 2A. We went from having just a ton of seniors to not as many, and I think we got a little complacent a little bit. Even as a coach, thought we had all the answers already because we'd won so easily in 2018 and 2019 that we thought we had a lot of the answers. And, we just we came after the 2020 and 2021 seasons, we kind of looked within, and like we had to fix some leadership things, even things that I was doing that had to improve. And we did some things to fix some schematics, and we just learned so much and made enough adjustments that 2022 we had a really great turnaround season, and it's kind of led to where we are today. And because 2023 we went to Laramie, we lost a close one to Torrington, and again that last year's state championship team, 24 team, they had a chip on their shoulder from the previous year from not winning in Laramie. And they got a good sense of what it's like to lose there and how disappointing that can be. And they carried that through into their 24 season.
It's very motivating.
Yeah, it is.
Sitting there on that bench and watching the other team celebrate.
Yep.
Nobody needs to say a word.
Yep.
The coaches just clam up right there. Just let them absorb that.
Well, it's interesting thing about Laramie is, the winning team gets to go to the southern end zone under the big jumbotron thing and get their picture. I mean, that's a whole different feeling than when you go to the north end of the end zone and get your runner-up
Scoot up just
trophy.
a little bit for me. You wandered away from my microphone. There you go.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's completely different feeling when you have to go to the north end versus the south end of the Laramie football field.
No doubt about it. Okay, so now we get to Cokeville, and so we're listening to Bruce Garber, my boss at Century 21 BHJ, put the game up on at the office there, the big screen. We had a crowd of people there, pizza, watching this game. And these are he's a Bighorn graduate himself, Bruce Garber.
His nephew's on the team.
His nephew, yep, you betcha. A big, strong man. Anyway, so we were all of us watching the game, and you guys just put on a show. What happened? All of a sudden, everything just came together.
Well, it was an interesting year last year. Mountain View had a great team, and they were on the other side of the bracket, and their superstar quarterback got hurt, and they just kind of really limited what they could do as a team, and Cokeville was able to take advantage of that and make it to the state championship. We feel like the week before at Lovell, that was a big-time opponent, that rivalry again, but the Cokeville game, they did some things defensively that we knew we could take advantage of. We knew we had a great passing attack, and they had some areas of their coverage that we could take advantage of. We knew running the ball would be very difficult against them, so we kind of went in there, we're going to have to pass enough to lighten up the box to get the run game going. I was pretty nervous for that game, though, too, because, Cokeville's known for having disciplined, hard-nosed running football teams, and they just got a scheme that's tough to stop, and they really can outnumber you at the point of attack, so we had to be kind of a little bit clever on defense, do something that was a little bit of a wrinkle, but not change our rules enough to screw our kids up and not be able to play fast and downhill and play good defensive football.
Well, I want to talk about the upcoming season. Again, your season. Now, I live, as you can see, I'm 2 blocks from where the Sheridan Broncs practice.
Yeah.
So I get a rush every morning. They're out there. It's not by accident that they are 4 straight state championships. They work their rear ends off people. I walk my dog by that practice every day. It feeds my old involvement with football. Just stand there. I mean, they probably think it's some creepy, weird dude. I know Coach has been on the show, and so he knows me now. We know each other a little bit, but Jeff Bowery is doing an incredible job. But so I go and I watch and just get a thrill. It's this time of year. It's almost rite of passage, season change, and very comforting for me to hear the whistles and watching them do their drills. It makes you appreciate the game. I've always told people that I'm more of a high school and college football fan than I am a pro. Of pro football. Yep. I love the Broncos, and now I'm a Bills fan for obvious reasons. But I'll only watch those 2 teams on a Sunday. On a Friday, I'll cruise out to Bighorn, watch you play, hustle back for the second half of watching the Broncs play, and then on Saturday, you open that door and my witness will come in. I'll start at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I won't quit till 11 o'clock at night watching college football. I just think it's a more fundamental game, and just the emotion and the pomp and circumstance that comes with high school and college football. I just love it.
I'm in the same boat. Just love coaching the Bighorn Rams, and then on Saturday while I'm watching film, I also got some college football on, and it doesn't matter who it is. I'll follow schemes, I'll follow coaches, or just traditions, and just enjoy the show.
People that don't, are around football a lot have no idea how much work goes in behind the scenes. Yep, we see you out there at practice. Yep, we see you there on the bus. And, of course, game day on the sideline. But you just mentioned it, the film, the reviews, and then the grading of players, and then, making decisions about, positions and who's where and who's hurt and who's going to. Tell us a little bit about that behind the scenes part that really fills the rest of your year.
Well, if you start in August, you're not going to play in November, so you got to put some time in year round.
Yeah.
And, we break down film, through the winter months too, and just look at things that we did good and things that we can get better, and just kind of look at where we made mistakes, and that will take us to like, hey, maybe we should get a hold of this coach because they're good at that, this or that. And, there's a lot of time on huddle, the film, and making sure that we're ready for whatever. And, just during the season, there's a lot of hours spent watching the next opponent and watching previous game to make sure that we are fixing mistakes and are ready and adjusting and coaching up the kids on the aspects that we need to coach them up on. But, huddle gets a lot of time during these months, but it doesn't get shut off any time of the year. So I was really proud of last year's team. They probably put the most time in huddle, but those are, like you said, those are things people don't see, is how much time you're watching film and how much you're breaking it down. And then, there's meetings and there's other things going on and all the weights. And there is a lot of time dedicated to football, and it's not just August through November.
No doubt about it. Do you guys do a summer camp as well?
Yep. So
that takes some organizing for sure.
Yeah, and it's another commitment because you got to practice before it, so you're ready, and then you make the trip up there. But we've been going to Montana State, Bozeman, for I can't even remember how many years now, and we love it up there. It's a great camp. They do a great job up there.
That's the Bobcats or the Grizzlies? Yeah.
Go Bobcats, okay. We're Bobcats.
Oh, they had it on Jeopardy the other day, and it was they were talking about the university in Missoula, and I went Bobcats.
Oh no,
blew it. So no, it was Grizzlies.
We got a lot of Sheridan boys up there playing.
You bet we do.
Montana State. So
absolutely.
But we love that camp. This year they had a small school version, and we loved it even more. So it's something we like to do every year.
Well, camp, it's for folks not familiar. We did our camp at the Guernsey at the National Guard facility there. Hot, miserable. It was when I was in high school. I remember that experience. It wasn't much fun. But it takes that kind of commitment. Your season is a little bit different than the 4A. So you're a week behind them, you said.
Yep.
So are you guys in pads yet, or will you?
We haven't even started. So we'll start the 18th. All
you told me that, but I thought
what
it meant was you hadn't started in pads.
No, we don't even get to start. We the 18th is our starting date. 4A gets another week because they have 9 teams that they play against throughout the season versus we get an 8-game regular season. So
right.
That's the way that works. But excited to get started. Anytime that Jeff and the boys over there at Sheridan start, I'm always like, well, when do we get to start? So it kind of gets like, oh, they get to start. Oh, I better get that much more ready, and gets me excited.
All right. Well, hey, we're going to do another break here. It's the last one, and we get back. I want to hear about I want you to give away your scheme. I want you to – I'm joking. Give away all your secrets, what you're going to run, which plays. No, we won't do that. But I do want to hear – what somewhat your plan is for your offense, if it's a continuation of last year, if you got some different players in different positions, if you got to switch things up. So we'll do this here at 7:42. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags in my home studio. And when we get back, we'll talk about the Bighorn Rams, the 2025 version, here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Stay tuned.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
You talk to. In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
And welcome back, Cowboy State Daily Radio. Saturday morning with your buddy Bags at 7:45. Football. It's that time of year. Let's play some football. And I want to talk about your track team, too. Don't let me forget. I mean, you guys are defending state champion track team, too, at Bighorn in the 2A division. I mean, come on, Coach. Yeah. You getting some speed out of that?
We love the track aspect of our coaching, too. So, yeah, we've been really fortunate to have some great kids on our track teams the last forever, and this year's not going to be any different. We're really excited about both our boys and girls team this coming year. So
yeah, let's talk some more about your track team, because I got a great picture I want to show of your track team. So are you going to be competitive again?
Yeah, our boys team will be in the mix again. Got a lot of good young talent coming up, so we've got a few years with them, and then really excited about our girls team. The 8th graders that are going to be freshmen are just a dynamic group of track athletes. Really excited about that.
Lean over here and you can see what I'm showing on there. There you guys are, state champions. That's awesome. Just, these kids getting this experience, stuff they won't forget for the rest of their lives. Especially track, because it's much more of an individual. I mean, I threw the disc in high school, but I did that because I hated to run. Unless I was chasing a ball or being chased by a bear, I didn't want to run. So I certainly wasn't going to volunteer for any of the running events. Disc was okay, but there's something for everybody, and track. There really is.
Yeah, I love coaching that sport, and got great, just props to Coach Ball and Coach Nickett and the work they do for that. Coach Fernandez there, they do a great job. And last year's team was able to score points in every event except pole vault. We just didn't have a pole vault kid, but we jumps, throws, sprints, distance. We scored in all of them, and credit to those coaches. But again, just great kids, and we love to have our football kids come out for track, and we think there's a good correlation.
Absolutely.
And we're often known as a fast team for football, and I think that goes with what we do on the track in the spring.
You get them shot in the putting the shot, or on the wrestling team is what you did with the big guys, the football players. All right. Well, I do want to talk about this year's team, the Bighorn Rams football team. Man, do you feel the pressure after coming off a season like that and some of the success you had? I mean, do you at night kind of pop your eyes open all of a sudden and think, oh, God, we got to live up to expectations? Does that happen, or do you just turn it off at the end of that last season and turn it back on at the beginning of this one?
No, I think the goal is always Laramie, and I don't think it has anything to do with pressure. Like Coach McLaughlin's got to get it done. It's Coach McLaughlin wants to get it done. I want to do everything we can to have a successful season. And we've come to a point too. That's going back to those 2020 and 2021 seasons too. It's like, there's bigger things than winning and losing, and coaching those up too. And that takes a lot of the pressure off too, because we're going to do things the right way. We want to coach these guys to be great men post high school. And, that's where the more pressure is. And if you're doing the right things, you'll win football games. And so the pressure, no, we want to be in Laramie. I'll put more pressure on myself than anybody else could put on me. So I want to be there, and I know the kids want to, but there's a lot of excitement going into this season. And, our current senior class isn't a big class. There's, I think, 5 seniors this year versus the 13 we had last year. But they're excited, and they're going to be great leaders. They know kind of what their roles are, and they're going to be building and keeping the consistency of our program going.
Where are the strong areas for the Rams this year? Where do you think you'll be strong?
Well, it's going to be a different looking team. Last year's offensive line was big, and this year's offensive line won't be as big, but we've got some speed, and so we'll make some adjustments to fit their strengths and take advantage of what they're capable of doing. But we're bringing back some of our stud skills. Cruz Hernandez, Bridger Doak, were both outstanding football players a year ago as sophomores. They're just that much more mature this year, so we're really excited what they'll bring. And then, we have a kid like Ridge Franklin that will lead our defense, and he's ready to step up on that role. He did a great job as a sophomore. So
where does he play? He's
a linebacker for us. And, with the senior leadership that we got coming back, these seniors, we had an interesting conversation. As freshmen, we won a state championship. As sophomores, lost one, and then they won one as juniors. So, Laramie's the goal, and they know what it takes, and they saw the work that went into that, and they're willing to put that time and effort in. And so I think the seniors can get it done, but they know that they got a talented junior class behind them that will help facilitate that. And then the big question will be how many of these sophomores are ready to step up and be varsity football players.
Is your quarterback, is he a senior?
So he'll be a junior.
And,
so he'll be stepping into his first time starting role. His name's Tucker Wolf, and we're excited about him. He's going to be a different quarterback than Avin Barney was. Avin Barney was a superstar, should have been a Super 25 kid in my book, but, we kind of saved him for the right times to really keep the ball in his hands when the times are needed. So, but Tucker's going to bring a different skill set. But we're excited about what he can do. And, we've got some other guys, that I think are ready to step up and have a big junior or sophomore season. And then we've got some seniors that are ready to lead the way.
You bet. What do you, offense, now you're switching gears with a new quarterback. Are you adjusting with that reality, or are you going to run a similar offense that you did last year when you had some senior leadership at quarterback?
Our staples haven't changed. We're going to keep our core offense the same. It's just some of the things and how we do things might be a little bit different. We might not run the quarterback as much this year, especially since he's a junior starting for the first year. Our offensive line, like I said, I think will be a little bit faster, and getting to the second level will be easier for this group. And we might be taking advantage and adjusting some blocking schemes for them and what they can do. Not being as big, and like our first opponent's Lovell Bulldogs, and they're going to have a big old line, and we're not going to move them from A to B very easy. So, we got to do some things a little bit differently.
To run around them or over the top of them.
Yeah, exactly. And so we still have our staple offense and what we do, but we've made, I think, the right adjustments to fit this year's team.
The Bighorn Rams defense, they're tough last year. They pounded some people. We saw that they could be tough again this year.
I think so. Honestly, after camp, we might be better in some ways. We're a 3-3-5. We lost 4 of our 5 defensive backs, but we got a lot of kids that can fill those 4 positions. And then the linebackers I'm really excited about our linebacker core, and we've got great athletes on the defensive line. So I think we're going to be great defensively, but knock on wood, you never know. And being a small school, you're one injury away from not being very good, but I'm excited about what this team could do. Defensively, I saw some great things at camp, and the Cody Broncs were at the camp too, and they're one of the primetime teams in the state in all classes, not just 3A, and got a lot of respect for their coaches. And we were able to do some things and go toe-to-toe with them at times, and they got us in the Bobcat Brawl, but I was really happy with the way our team competed against them. And, if you can compete against Cody, I'm sure we can do some good things.
The Bobcat Brawls at the Bozeman camp, where you get to play scrimmage against some other teams.
Yeah, right there in their stadium, and they get the music blasting, and it was even the championship game, so it was us and Cody in the championship, and that really doesn't dictate the season, but it does give you a boost of confidence. Like, hey, we did some great things at camp, and we got a lot of positives that we can build on.
So our 2A conference, we're 2A. What's our region?
East.
2A East, right? Who's tough? Who are the Rams gonna be running into that are gonna be tough?
Well, I never want to downplay any of our opponents, so we'll be ready for all of them. And I know there's someone that's going to surprise us, but going in the East, I think Newcastle's got a really dynamic team that they got coming back. I know that, and I say that just because, I saw what they had last year. They were the 2nd seed last year, and they got a lot of kids coming back. Back in middle school days, their current seniors beat our current seniors in middle school pretty well, and so we know that they're probably the team to beat in the East this year. And then I know in the West, on the other side of the mountain, that side of the mountain's got a lot of good teams. There's going to be a lot of good football played on that side of the mountain.
Probably including Lovell,
Mountain View, to probably two of the most dynamic teams coming back.
You bet. So we talked about earlier, I did want to get to this. I want to get out of here. We only got a few minutes left, Coach. And that is what it's really all about. And it's these relationships that you have and are developing with young men, and the responsibility that comes with that. You wouldn't be able to do what you do if you didn't have that sense. That's the only way you become a head football coach at any level, really. To some of those folks that listen that really aren't around football all that much, the part of the appeal of becoming a coach is that relationship that you build.
Yeah, for sure. That's the biggest thing. And you just asking that question this last week as I'm getting ready for school, just happened to run into 3 former football players, student athletes, and what a great conversation I had with those guys, and just, not just talking about the good old times, but seeing what they're doing now and the awesome things that they're doing. And, they were involved in college athletics and that type of stuff. And it's so great to be able to come back and go, man, look what we did together, and talk about the good old times. But, these kids are off doing great things, and just love it. And, Will Pellicier's a name that comes up too, because we're excited to maybe, see him a lot more. He's working here in Sheridan, but, we talked to him this summer, and what an awesome thing to have built those relationships in high school, and then seeing what he did for the Wyoming Cowboys and having him back in Sheridan County. And, those are the things that I cherish about coaching too, that not just winning and coaching the game. The game's amazing. Football, it's the X's and O's and scheming and all of that. But the relationships with the coaches and the kids, those last forever. And I, like I said, I coached 8 years in Colorado. I still keep in touch with people in Colorado. And, the social media stuff and just phone calls, yearly phone calls, and seeing how things are doing. And that's what's been the best part of coaching.
The hardest things are the greatest things. The hardest things to do, and football is very hard to do. There's controversy about kids and injury and how young you should start playing football. I don't even want to get into that, because I think that the value of what comes with playing football and being part of a team and having to make that level of commitment, that some of the injuries that I have that you could still see, worth it to me. But again, maybe somebody with more serious issues would have an argument with me. I understand it. But I think you and I both agree with what kids, young people, young men get out of football is worth the effort.
Well, and that's, we push offensive, defensive schemes. We push effort and all the fundamentals, but we also push like being a good teammate.
Yep.
And, that's one thing that I, with my son being on the team this year, it wasn't, it was kind of a long season. You get to Laramie, you're ready for a break, but it wasn't long after the season ended. Him and some of the boys were ready to go for this next season, and they're excited about this year.
Coach, I'm out of time. Coach Kirk McLaughlin, Bighorn Rams. Good luck this season,
Hey,
Coach.
Thanks for having us and having me.
Hey,
and
God bless.
And enjoyed it. Thank you.
We'll be back on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Despite being removed from the official agenda of a legislative meeting in Casper on Thursday, a former Speaker of the Wyoming House of Representatives was allowed to testify there for nearly 30 minutes. Tom Lubnau's 28-minute remote testimony to the Legislative Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions Committee followed his unceremonious removal from the agenda days earlier by committee co-chair Christopher Knapp. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the legislator had voiced concerns with the acerbic nature of Lubnau's weekly political column in Cowboy State Daily.
In my experience covering legislative meetings, for a public commenter to be given a half-hour testimony is almost unheard of, or at least extremely rare. And Chairman Knapp told me on Wednesday, he was like, look, yes, he's taken off the schedule, but I mean, he's allowed to speak during public comment. And if I'm chairing that meeting, I'll even give him extra time in light of his great expertise in this area.
On Thursday, Lubnau told McFarland he was sorry that the controversy distracted from the real objective, which is making good laws in Wyoming. Well, what was a small wildfire reported about 14 miles east of Thermopolis on Wednesday evening has exploded to an estimated more than 20,000 acres as of Thursday evening. What's been named the Red Canyon Fire also has prompted evacuations of homes in the rural area, according to Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson.
Don't know exactly when it was started, but likely started when it was noticed Wednesday evening. And when I first checked in on it Thursday morning, it was estimated at about 300 acres. By 5 o'clock Thursday, it was 15,000 acres. That shows how by mid-August, fire conditions are just off the charts. Everything is dry. There's fuel loads just ready to go. It doesn't take much. I think just a squirrel looking at you wrong will set it on fire. And then it just burns. They've called in a Type 3 incident management team to oversee fighting this fire. They know how to fight these things.
The fire is burning in the Red Hole, Kirby Creek, and Buffalo Creek areas, which are included in the evacuation. However, while the smoke plume from the fire is visible in Thermopolis, officials say the town itself isn't threatened. Cowboy Energy of Sheridan has invested millions of dollars and spent 3 years developing what would be one of Wyoming's first agriculture-friendly solar installations. The project promises to generate badly needed property tax revenue for Goshen County while allowing agricultural operations to continue on the same land, putting the farm in solar farm. But Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that there's a catch. The company says there's currently no feasible way to transmit that electricity to market.
This company would love to get the project off the ground. They have the support of the economic development team there. I think they're also opponents to this as well. The plan appears to be mostly in place to get this very large solar farm up and running, except the crucial element of where do you transmit? If you can't get your electricity to market, you don't have a project.
The CEO of Go Goshen Economic Development, Brian Young, said the solar project would generate needed economic benefits for the county of about 12,000 people. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
When browsing around the F.E. Warren Air Force Base Exchange store, one might do a double take when catching a glimpse of a silhouette of an African antelope on a t-shirt commemorating the Wyoming Air Force Base. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that it was simple miscommunication between the store's staff and a shirt maker when the store put in an order for roughly 50 shirts with an antelope on them.
There are so many antelope. We call them antelope, but they're actually pronghorn. On the F.E. Warren base, they wanted to have a t-shirt that kind of commemorated them. So they ordered a t-shirt with an antelope on it. What they got were t-shirts with the picture of an antelope on them, except it was an African greater kudu antelope, an actual antelope, and not a pronghorn. The ordering manager said, you know what, we'll just be more specific next time. In the meantime, she said, I'm stuck with these shirts.
Since they couldn't send back the t-shirts with an African antelope on them, the staff decided to make the best of it, adding that people really do enjoy them as a novelty item. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily with your buddy Bags on a Saturday morning. It's 8:05. Weather-wise, partly to mostly sunny in much of Wyoming today early on with a chance for rain this afternoon. Highs from the low 70s in the high country, low 90s elsewhere, and lows tonight from the low 40s to the low 60s. Right now in Sheridan, 67 degrees, and we do have showers moving into the area. And we're going to switch right into the Zoom room. Good morning. Thanks for joining me. I appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, Marty Lenz, co-host of Colorado's Morning News, you with Gina Gondek. And I appreciate you getting up and coming on air on your day off. Welcome, Marty.
I'm glad to be here. Well, you know, getting up at 7 or 8 beats getting up at 3 in the morning. So I got to sleep in. It was nice.
Yes. I do have a background of back in the olden days. I did produce that morning show. I don't know if you realize that, but back when it was Gus Burkus and Steve Kelly,
geez.
Your buddy Bags was there. I would get there about 4:15 in the morning, and I'd sit down with the legendary Rick Barber, find out what happened overnight there in Denver. But so 100 years celebration, the blowtorch, and I saw some pictures. I was really bummed that I wasn't there. I saw you and a whole bunch of other folks celebrating 100 years of 850 KOA, and it looked like you guys had a ball.
We had a good time, and John, you realize this as well as anybody that one, the station legacy, but in particular Colorado's Morning News, the iterations of it, the shoulders I stand on. You mentioned the late great Gus Merkus and the other people that worked there, Steve Kelly. It's it's an honor. It's humbling. It's fun. And when we were there celebrating, you get to see the pictures, you get to see the legacy and how many touchstones that station has and how many people are still around that have worked there or made careers there. And it was really awe-inspiring. It's invigorating because we're at a time sometimes where you feel like, what are we doing? Does it have value? Does it have meaning? And when you have an event like that where you have all those people, it definitely is kind of like a shot in the arm of invigoration to make it feel like, yeah, we have been doing good stuff. We're going to continue to do good stuff. So it was a lot of fun for many, many reasons.
It looked like it, and there was some great old friends there, and so current folks that you and Gina. We'll introduce you here in just a second, but Gina is relatively new to me. When did she start co-hosting with you? I know April Zesba retired a couple years ago now, maybe
2022.
Right, yeah.
So
is that how long?
Gina's been with me now. It'll be almost 3 years in November that she's been there. She's a Michigander. Like a lot of people in Colorado, it's amazing. And my wife is kind of a Michigander too, a little bit as well. But yeah, she's from Michigan, went to Grand Valley State, worked in Michigan for a while. Her latest stop before coming to Denver to KOA, she worked in Jacksonville. So she's 30, she's young, she's talented, she's fun. She really is, John. She's the new, if you want to say energy or new transplants, the people coming to Colorado, her and her husband, a young couple. He works for Fox 31 here in town.
Okay.
So they are the new generation transplants that are coming in that are infusing Colorado and infusing Denver. She's been great. She's been a joy to work with.
It's so interesting to me because I remember when April Zesba started, it was somewhat controversial that we had a female co-host of Colorado's morning news for, decades, for 100 years or so almost. It was dudes and just dudes. And then April came in and she's an all-star. We claim her, by the way, up here in Wyoming. She worked with Bob Beck at Wyoming Public Radio before she got to Denver. So she's one of ours, and she did such a fantastic job. She got rid of any concerns anybody had, the chauvinistic types that thought that it wasn't a place for a female because she was so extremely talented and credible.
Yeah, I still consider her one of my best friends. I mean, it was the toughest thing. I say this as an aside because her and her husband, Mark, and my wife, Jolynn, we were all very close friends. And it's one thing when she was leaving, but then when she said she's moving, I'm like, that's a double gut punch. Not only did I enjoy working with you, and now you're leaving town, moving, and they moved to Las Vegas. But yeah, April is unbelievable, and getting a chance to work with her for the short time I did it. Gosh, I wish it could have been longer, but 4.5 years. I feel cheated. I tell her all the time. I said, I feel cheated. You didn't stay longer with me. But she had done it for 26, 27 years, John. I mean, it's right. And it takes a toll. And I think she did it. She had a great run. She was ready to retire early. I mean, she's younger than me. She's like 53, 54. And she had put in her time, and I think she just said, you know what, this is it for me. This is the right time to move on and get out and get on with the rest of her life. So, yeah, I adore her. She's great. She is a rock star. She's a total superstar. I was just honored to be able to, sit in the same studio for 4+ years. But she's still a very dear friend. We talk, at least once a month just to catch up, and she's great. So yeah, extremely talented lady.
I'm definitely going to invite her on the show.
Yeah.
And if you speak to her, tell her I said hello and expect
I will.
A phone call. But yeah, so absolutely. Now let's talk about you a little bit. Our paths, I don't think we crossed. When did you start? When did you start with KOA? What year?
2018.
28. Yeah. So I was gone by then. But where do you come from? We're going to get to the CSU. Today's a good day to talk about football. We're going to get
see
to
the hat.
Yeah, I saw it. You get by me. I can't believe I didn't wear my Wyoming Cowboy hat. I do regularly. But anyway, we're going to get to that because it's a big football conversation day today here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. But yeah, a little bit background about you. Where are you from, number one?
Well, I mean, I grew up in Denver. I moved here when I was 6. My familiar roots, if you want to say, though, are from Western Pennsylvania. My mother and father are from Pennsylvania. Yeah. My mom's from Latrobe, which is famous for Arnie Palmer and Rolling Rock beer, of which my mom has touch points with them, Fred Rogers. St. Vincent College, where the Steelers trained. That's where my dad went to college. That's where my dad and mom met. My dad is from Glitzen, Pennsylvania. But long story short, when we were young children with my dad's career, he worked in pharmaceutical sales and research for Pfizer. Our paths went from Pennsylvania to Massachusetts, Boston, to New Jersey. And then in 1974, we came to this big, wonderful place, Colorado. I was 6. I was just getting ready to go into the first grade. I was one of 5 at the time, and then my younger brother was born in 1976. So, but I grew up in Colorado. I mean, I'm a transplant technically, but, ever since I was 6 growing up here, my roots are Colorado.
You bet. And so education-wise, did you go to journalism school, communications? Where did you go to school?
Well, as a kid growing up, just to even give a little further background, so I grew up in Littleton. I'm a proud graduate of Columbine High School.
That's
in 1986. Then from there, I went to Colorado State. Their discipline at the time, they called it speech communication. It's now communication studies. I didn't really study journalism. My emphasis was broadcasting, which is what the emphasis was. That's what I wanted to do. So I went up to school there because I had 2 siblings that went up there before me, one that graduated, one that didn't. So it made sense to go there. And then the obvious piece, too, I wanted to play football at the time, and that offered an opportunity to play. That was the old days, and the old days, the wacky whack, where, teams are scoring 60 points but giving up 65 in the process. So
what years were you there?
86 to 90.
Okay. So I do know in that era, Colorado State had some significant success against the Cowboys in the
but the Cowboys won some whack titles and had some tremendous teams. I mean, some of those teams that they had with the players that they had were unreal. I mean, and you had the legendary coach Paul Roach, who was a great coach, and that team was fantastic back in those 80s times.
You, I'm just guessing, built wide receiver, safety,
very good
corner.
Yeah, wide receiver. My joke is when people say, "What did I play?" I always joke and say, mostly left out. Because I was a very, very marginal D1 player. I mean, I'm proud of my accomplishments. My stat line, I always joke, is 1 catch for 7 yards. But I was a very marginal D1 player. I wanted to play at the highest level. I mean, I could have gone to Northern Colorado or a school like Fort Lewis, Mesa, one of those, and had a really nice, solid career. But I said, if I'm going to play, I want to play at the highest level I could play. CSU offered that. And again, being a wide receiver, they threw the ball. That's where I wanted to go. My high school offense, which ironically Columbine still runs, I run the veer. So I only maybe caught 10 passes my whole career, my senior season. But I said, I want to go where they throw the football and those things. And that's what, why CSU made sense.
Yeah. And your era, is that the Earl Bruce era? Who was coaching?
It was Leon Fuller,
and
then Earl Bruce was my final year. My senior class, I graduated early. I graduated in 4 years, but my class, that was the class that won the Freedom Bowl. That was my freshmen, my guys, as I call them. We all came in together. As you can imagine, we were struggling at the time. That first year, that was the year, my freshman year. That's the year we had Steve Bartello and Kelly Stauffer and some great players. That was the year we upset CU and Boulder, and we finished 6-5 this year, but didn't go to a bowl game. So, and then we were at 1-11, 1-10, and then Earl Bruce's year, my last year, we were 5-5-1, and then the next year went to the Freedom Bowl and won. So
yeah, and then it was 90. You were on that team. You won the bronze boot that year. That one I do remember.
Yeah, there was. I mean,
that was your senior year.
That would have been that would have been my senior year. So, but there was some tough. So we won it my freshman year, and then the 2 years in between, you guys won it, I believe. Yeah, that you did, because the 88 year, you guys were really good. You guys played. Yeah, you played Oklahoma State in the Holiday Bowl. Was it that year? That was the year they had not Thurman Thomas. They had Barry Sanders.
Yeah,
so you guys played against Barry Sanders. Yeah. Anyways,
he ran for about 300 yards. I remember that against the Pokes. But like Ken Fantetti, wasn't he that era for the Pokes? I don't know. That's a lot of memory cells that I don't have anymore. That's for sure. But you and I, cyberly, we're friends on Facebook, and I think Instagram as well. I love that you tease us Wyoming fans, and I love teasing you and CSU fans. That border war, regardless of where everybody ends up in conferences, as crazy as all that is, and I want your opinion on that with the portals and everything else. I hope God, please don't let the border war somehow go away.
Well, they signed an extension. I think it was last year. The ADs, our AD John Weber and the AD of Wyoming, whose name eludes me. No, it's going to continue, and it should continue. Again, we brag about it all the time. It's the oldest continuous rivalry west of the Mississippi.
Burton, I do believe.
Yeah,
okay. It's
signed. It's going to continue. It should continue because, college football. Some of the traditions are fleeting away, slipping away, and one of them is some of those rivalry games. But I'm glad that this one's not. It shouldn't. I don't care if we're in some conference that's on the moon. I want to play Wyoming every year, and I know Wyoming wants to play us, and that's how it should be. CSU fans want to play Wyoming. Again, it's that hate and that's that passion, but it's like, no, we want to play. Every single fan that I know that loves CSU footballs and loves CSU sports says, yeah, we got to play Wyoming. Got to play them. That just doesn't. That's a non-starter. Doesn't matter what leagues we end up in. It's a non-starter. We got to play that game, and I 1,000,000% agree, and it's going to continue.
Well, and I love the friendly, I think, at least with my contacts, that trash talking back and forth that happens every year. I would miss that tremendously. We talked about a little bit about, the perception, which is, I moved back here in 2019. I more or less grew up in Wyoming. And then moved, eventually got to Denver in 1988. And Denver changed a lot since 1988. I used to describe it as just a big old cow town, Denver. And by the time we left, I was ready to leave Denver. It outgrew me. And so one of the questions I had for you in the position you're in with Colorado's Morning News on 850 KOA, what the changes that you've seen in Denver, and you've been there your whole life. That's your home. I don't know if my question is very good because that's a pretty broad question, but it seems it's gone from what I described as a big cow town to a very metropolitan, and in some cases, it's troubling to Wyoming folks in some of the issues that they're dealing with down there. I'm specifically talking about crime and traffic and some other things. What's your observation?
Well, it's interesting because I had moved away for 13 years. I moved away, my family and I, in 2005. For radio jobs, my wife's jobs, and then returned in 2018. So I was gone 13 years. Now I'd come back because my mom and extended family here, my adult daughter's here with her children. But, coming back and living, Colorado always, or Denver kind of always was that sort of, city on the verge, kind of a cow town, slow, but had the desires in many ways to grow. But with that growth, and then the explosive growth came, those things come with it. You have the overcrowding, you have the cost, you have the crime. And though I know it's hard, and it's hard for some people, especially in my space, when you say, look, it is getting better. You may not always see it, and what happens to you may be real. It's a real life experience. It's anecdotal, but that doesn't mean it's happening everywhere. So yes, what you have with a city like Denver, with the growth, because now the secret's been out for decades now, but everybody wants to be here. Those things they come with it, and it's not perfect. And what I will say though, in some instances, and this is not political, I think some leadership, and this traverses parties, I don't always think they were ready to meet the moment with the amount of growth we had. And I think that's just part of the issues, whether it's having the right amount of infrastructure or the networks and systems in place to deal with, people coming here, 50, 100,000, or so every year. I think that's part of the issue. So maybe there was a lack of anticipation about how to do that. But even if they had the anticipation, I'm still not sure. I'm still not sure they could have handled what many see was overwhelming the system of people coming in, because Denver was one of those cities where everybody was coming to. It just happened so fast in many ways because there was jobs, there's opportunity, and the lifestyle. So I think that's part of it. But yeah, I mean, I see it. I go downtown, but I mean, it has gotten better. I think what hurts, and I'm kind of pivoting here too, is people aren't migrating downtown. And again, this is tough for people to swallow. They don't realize they want to blame it on crime and those issues. People aren't coming downtown anymore because people aren't working downtown anymore. You know, that's the one thing COVID laid bare, that a lot of operations realize we can work remotely. Technology allows us to do this. Then why do we need to justify a footprint of a 35,000 square foot building or skyscraper to do our jobs? So part of what you have is people perceive it, but there's not enough of the, if you want to say the good vibe of Denver, there's not enough of it to overtake in many what people see as the bad vibe. So you're not having that overwhelming of people and activity and the fun and the spark of life down there anymore, because people aren't coming down, because most people don't have to come downtown anymore to work. So I think it's all that as a confluence of events.
Well, it's 8:23. I'm going to take our first break. When we get back, I want to talk a little bit more about some of the things that Wyoming folks, we come down, it's our big city too. I say that all the time. This is Broncos country, and Denver is our destination for entertainment and shopping and so forth. And there's some things that we see here. Plus, I want to get your interpretation or maybe how you see us a little bit. There's the conservative bastion, you guys being just south of Paradise, as I tell everybody, but it's a conservative bastion here in Wyoming. So we'll do that after this break. Okay, Marty?
Okay.
All right. We'll come back. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's 8:23 with your buddy Bags. Stay tuned.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio, or maybe you're watching online. It's your buddy Bags in the Zoom room. Marty Lenz, co-host along with Gina Gondek of Colorado's Morning News on 850 KOA, the Blowtorch in Denver, celebrating 100 years of broadcasting. Yeah. You know, Marty, I drove a tractor in Wheatland, Wyoming. My listeners have heard this story ad nauseum. So I drove a tractor between Chugwater and Wheatland, Wyoming. There's a place, it's not even a town, called Slater, Wyoming, where it's just big wheat fields for miles and miles. Mile-long wheat field in a tractor combine, and you're a 16, 17-year-old kid, and I could pick up, you know, the Denver station, the little AM radio in the cab of that thing, and I would try to sound like, by myself, in that cab, to sound like one of the radio guys on 850 KOA. So when I ended up there finally I was on the Fox, even before it was the Fox, it was Q103.
Q103, yeah.
Yeah. And you know, so I was on the FM side when we were the Fox. And then eventually, Chris Olinger offered me the job as a morning show producer at 850 KOA, which is a huge deal. And that's the reason that, you know, I'm talking to you about this stuff is I remember just being, you know, kind of the most in touch with what was going on in the world in my life was that 4 or 5 years of producing Colorado's Morning News. Do you feel that way? Do you feel like, man, it's coming at me, you know, like lasers from every direction, all this information?
I do. And I mean, I always think of it like this, John. I would be like this anyways, where I consume information, vociferously news and the politics and everything that's going on. I just think of it now I get paid to do that, because even if I weren't working in my role, I'd still somebody who would be listening to shows, watching news, reading newspapers, now online content, watching the Sunday shows. I'd still be doing that anyways, because that's something I enjoy. I want to be up to date with what's happening, what's going on, and taking as much information as I can about said subject or said issue that's going on. Now I do that, and I get paid for it because I can leverage what I take on with what we do with Colorado's Morning News. But yeah, I don't feel, I mean, there's some times, and that's the nice thing about having a team, there's like, we'll talk about, hey, did you see this story or catch this? There are times like, no, I'm not, or I touched on it a little bit, but I need a little more background on said story. And they'll, you know, somebody else will have at least followed it a little closer that they can bring everybody else up to speed on. Then you're like, okay, we can go from there. But yeah, I'd like to think I feel very highly informed, and sometimes maybe over-informed, but I feel like I do feel that, absolutely.
We had friends when I was down there. We moved back here. My family's here in Sheridan, Wyoming. I don't know if you're where that is. We're about 14 miles from the Montana border, right at the beautiful base of the beautiful Bighorn Mountains. And my friends from Wyoming, when I was down in Denver, we left in 2019, would come down, you know, all the years leading up to that, and they would park, some of them would park up at the Park and Ride up there in Broomfield, and I'd come up there and pick them up so they didn't have to drive around in Denver, especially some of my rancher friends who had these giant pickup trucks. Good luck finding a parking space downtown for one of those. But anyway, we drive our friends around just so they didn't have to deal with the traffic and so forth. But one of the things that was always pointed out to us was by our friends from here is the shockingness of homelessness, and when you see that, and boy, when I was lived there for 32 years, Marty. I never really got used to it. I wouldn't say that, but it becomes something that you're able to kind of, with blinders on, not see. So, you know, what do you think? I mean, what would you say to somebody from Wyoming? What's happening, and why has there been so much? And is it getting better?
It's getting better. I think some of the issues with homelessness, and again, I hate to always go back to COVID because this predates COVID a little bit. I do think when you saw the explosion of growth with people coming to Colorado, Something else I point out, and it's not always the case, and some of the data has bared this out. When pot became legal, it was kind of like the gold rush, if you will. Everybody started migrating to Colorado to thinking, man, I'm gonna start selling pot. I'm gonna open my pot shop. Gonna do that. I think when they realized that there's a lot of barriers to entering, that became expensive, or people just had this notion, it was fanciful, there wasn't really a business plan behind it, then they ended up getting stuck here, and then they get mired into that cycle where it's like they couldn't find anything else because they're so focused that, you know, they were able to use marijuana freely, maybe make a business of it and sell it, that they got into a little bit of a trap and a little bit of cycle. I think that was part of it. I do think there are addiction issues with fentanyl, and this is where I bring in COVID again. COVID really jacked up a lot of people mentally for a variety of reasons. And so I think you saw, you know, with people losing jobs and businesses shuttering or closing down because of some of the protocols. I think then you started to see people spiral there. And let's face it, you know this, John. A lot of people, that's the old cliche, literally are one paycheck away, paycheck to paycheck, from finding themselves out on the streets. And so I think that is part of it as well. And then you do have a certain sect. It's not as big as people make it out, but there are those that are chronically homeless. It's probably really 3 or 4% that they just don't want to be housed. Right. And that's the other thing too, John. You remember back in the day, they used to incarcerate them. Well, you can't put them in. You can't put all those people in jail. That takes up jail space. And it's not that they're necessarily breaking the law, but they have nowhere else to go. So you have all those things coming together. And then you figure out, well, how do you navigate it? Do you have enough resources? And then that's some of the other irony is some of the resources for these people are getting cut. So it's like, well, they need these resources, but we're cutting them because we have budget cuts or budget issues. We can't afford to do it. So it just becomes a vicious cycle. Yeah. It has gotten better. There have been more shelters that have opened up. There are services to where there are people that are homeless but are trying to find shelter. You know, we talk about people getting jobs. Well, until people have a place where they really feel they can be safe and stay and sleep and those things, they can't really get a job because their first main operation is to stay safe and find shelter of some sort. So it is slowly getting better, but it got so bad for a while that we're really trying to dig out of a hole. And then you do see, I mean, they make homeless sweeps, but then you're just sweeping homeless from town to town, community to community. And you may see in the news that there's a real disagreement with Aurora and Denver with dealing with migrants, dealing with homeless about, you know, allegedly, you know, Denver's pushing these people over onto the Aurora side so they get services and all that. But yeah, it's better, but there are still issues with it. But I do think we have a serious mental health crisis, which prevents people from getting help as well. And I think that's a problem. And the old cliche again, you can lead a horse to water, you can't make him drink. You try to get him the resources, but there are some people that are very hard to help. That's not the majority of them, but those are probably the same people you see out and about all the time saying, I don't know what I can do for you. Right. So
it's frustrating because people do want to help, and then they're told don't give them money, etc. But I did want to you touched on a little bit of the migrant situation and the sanctuary city format. Now, from your perspective, living there, we know Wyoming is conservative and not in support of, in general. I'm generalizing big time. The idea of a sanctuary city. What's it like living there and having this policy of sanctuary in Denver?
Well, they'd be the first to tell you maybe it's semantics, but they would say they're not a sanctuary city. But the policies that they have had, seem to lend itself to that. Now, so we're just getting into names and labels at that point. Look, not to get all religious-y on people, but if you are somebody who believes in serving others and helping others and doing unto others, it is the right thing to do. But then it gets into that, but at what cost? Are you costing services of if you want to say your own people there? Is it taking away resources from other people in the city and other needs? And all those things are, yes, they are. But how do you thread that needle? How do you navigate that? Now I'll say this, and maybe Texas has a point where it's like, well, we're a border state, but I'm going to make everybody else, Greg Abbott, feel like a border state by shipping people there. Right. I'm not sure that's always great to do either, but I think what their point is trying to say, we can't be the only state that can, shoulder this. It costs us. So we're going to try to get people where they, other states that are, allegedly, again, willing to take them on. So that's why you're seeing, as to Chicago and places like Denver and the like. I don't know. There's no perfect answer, John. I like that we help people. I think there has to be a balanced approach. Now every time though, which is frustrating for me in the news, every time there's a budget issue or there's some issue, the first thing people point to, it's because we're helping the illegals or migrants. Well, that's not always the case. But now they've become a cudgel. They've become an excuse, by some people to blame. And that's not, blaming them for that is not completely accurate. There's other things to why we have budget shortfalls, but they're an easy target, because they're vulnerable and they don't have an advocacy group necessarily that's helping them out. The majority of those people that want to come here are trying to come here for a better life. And I sit there and say, at least have the empathy to know that most of those people are trying to escape really bad circumstances or are coming here. But again, then there's that balance. But is there a right way to do it? Is there a better way to do it? And the answer is probably yeah, but there's no magic bullet. But then again, I'm going to broaden this out here. This also lays at the feet of our congressional leaders. We have not had honest immigration the punitive is easy. Closing borders and incarcerating people, that's the easy piece. Let's have actual reform and policy. I haven't had anything since the Bush administration 20, 25 years ago that actually deals with this, where there's rules in place, where there's processes at place at the borders, and you get the legal consultation to start getting that processes going, whether to be a green card holder or a citizen. This is something that I find frustrating, because it's, again, that circle of everybody blaming everybody else, blaming the city for taking them on, blaming the feds for not doing their job. That's all true, but there's no real good policy in place that to some degree would stem this and prevent this. And this is something that traverses all political aisles. The Democrats have been lousy about it. The Republicans have been lousy about this. And this is the effects. So then what happens is, as we've talked about, this always comes down to the local municipal level. Then, because of the policy, sometimes at the national level, filters down to cities like Denver, Texas. They have to deal with it. They have to deal with it because the policy on the federal level is terrible and bad. And so we are left to pick up the issues at the local level.
The view from up here is that we're incentivizing to do that. Now, in many cases, people are escaping terrible, terrible conditions, but also there's people coming for opportunity.
Sure.
So a lot of our municipalities across this country incentivize folks by providing them with resources that in some cases are better than what they're leaving behind. That's kind of the view from afar up here of what they're doing wrong down there, down in Denver. And is that a description that maybe makes sense?
I could, and I'll be clear about this. As one of our regular guests is an immigration policy and legal expert, and she would be the first to tell you, because we're talking about opportunity. She says, "Well, opportunity is not a rationale for breaking the law for coming here." She'd be the first to tell you that, because there is a difference between fleeing because you're in horrible circumstances, being threatened with your life, murder, all the bad things that go on. But she would be first to say it's okay to seek the opportunity, but seeking a better opportunity is not always the barrier or bar to be able to be allowed into the country. She makes that clear. And that gets to that whole policy of saying, but let's set a policy.
Looks like we lost our Zoom room with Marty. Marty, if you're there and you can hear me, I'll try to get that back. We'll be right back here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Give me a second here. Take care of some of the technical issues we're having here at the moment.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. Despite being removed from the official agenda of a legislative meeting in Casper on Thursday, a former Speaker of the Wyoming House of Representatives was allowed to testify there for nearly 30 minutes. Tom Lubnau's 28-minute remote testimony to the Legislative Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions Committee followed his unceremonious removal from the agenda days earlier by committee co-chair Christopher Knapp. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the legislator had voiced concerns with the acerbic nature of Lubnau's weekly political column in Cowboy State Daily.
In my experience covering legislative meetings, for a public commenter to be given a half-hour testimony is almost unheard of, or at least extremely rare. And Chairman Knapp told me on Wednesday, he was like, look, yes, he's taken off the schedule, but I mean, he's allowed to speak during public comment. And if I'm chairing that meeting, I'll even give him extra time in light of his great expertise in this area.
On Thursday, Lubnau told McFarland he was sorry that the controversy distracted from the real objective, which is making good laws in Wyoming. Well, what was a small wildfire reported about 14 miles east of Thermopolis on Wednesday evening has exploded to an estimated more than 20,000 acres as of Thursday evening. What's been named the Red Canyon Fire also has prompted evacuations of homes in the rural area, according to Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson.
Don't know exactly when it was started, but likely started when it was noticed Wednesday evening. And when I first checked in on it Thursday morning, it was estimated at about 300 acres. By 5 o'clock Thursday, it was 15,000 acres. That shows how by mid-August, fire conditions are just off the charts. Everything is dry. There's fuel loads just ready to go. It doesn't take much. I think just a squirrel looking at you wrong will set it on fire. And then it just burns. They've called in a Type 3 incident management team to oversee fighting this fire. They know how to fight these things.
The fire is burning in the Red Hole, Kirby Creek, and Buffalo Creek areas, which are included in the evacuation. However, while the smoke plume from the fire is visible in Thermopolis, officials say the town itself isn't threatened. Cowboy Energy of Sheridan has invested millions of dollars and spent 3 years developing what would be one of Wyoming's first agriculture-friendly solar installations. The project promises to generate badly needed property tax revenue for Goshen County while allowing agricultural operations to continue on the same land, putting the farm in solar farm. But Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that there's a catch. The company says there's currently no feasible way to transmit that electricity to market.
This company would love to get the project off the ground. They have the support of the economic development team there. I think there are also opponents to this as well. The plan appears to be mostly in place to get this very large solar farm up and running, except the crucial element of where do you transmit? If you can't get your electricity to market, you don't have a project.
The CEO of Go Goshen Economic Development, Brian Young, said the solar project would generate needed economic benefits for the county of about 12,000 people. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
When browsing around the F.E. Warren Air Force Base Exchange store, one might do a double take when catching a glimpse of a silhouette of an African antelope on a t-shirt commemorating the Wyoming Air Force Base. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that it was simple miscommunication between the store's staff and a shirt maker when the store put in an order for roughly 50 shirts with an antelope on them.
There are so many antelope. We call them antelope, but they're actually pronghorn. On the F.E. Warren base, they wanted to have a t-shirt that kind of commemorated them. So they ordered a t-shirt with an antelope on it. What they got were t-shirts with the picture of an antelope on them, except it was an African greater kudu antelope, an actual antelope, and not a pronghorn. The ordering manager said, you know what, we'll just be more specific next time. In the meantime, she said, I'm stuck with these shirts.
Since they couldn't send back the t-shirts with an African antelope on them, the staff decided to make the best of it, adding that people really do enjoy them as a novelty item. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily. Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. That little flare-up right there in the Zoom room. Sorry about that, Marty. There's some interesting stuff you were sharing with us when that happened. Just a little technical problem there. Hopefully I got it figured out. It's Marty Lenz in the Zoom room. He is the host, one of the hosts of Colorado's Morning News on 850 KOA radio in Denver. We call it the Blowtorch. The 100th anniversary of 850 KOA. And when we were talking moments ago, we were talking about the homeless issue, but I also wanted to get to, I can't remember where we left off here on the homeless issue, but Wyoming up here, we're somewhat surrounded by legal marijuana. Montana has recently legalized it.
I can't hear you.
Let me see here.
I don't know if you can hear me. I can't hear you though now.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, this is what happens when you make on-air guys do the technical aspect. I was just telling everybody what a wonderful human being you were. And
oh, thank you.
I was really being very complimentary, but it's me taking care of business both at the tech side and on the talent or talk side of things, but it's just funny when that happens, and you see Bags get a little distracted. Easily done, one trick pony here. But anyway, what I was saying is, Colorado, kind of the guinea pig, the experiment, the original experiment of legal marijuana, and recently Montana. As well has legalized it. So here sits little old Wyoming in the middle where it's still illegal, all of it, medical and recreational. And so just as we look back, you and I together, we saw it come in when it was first, medicinal and then eventually recreational. What's your perspective on that? Has it been a success? Looking back with hindsight, should we have legalized marijuana?
It's been a mixed bag. and mixed bags, if you will. I think, you know what, I'm one of those people. I think it should be legal, but I also think that a lot of the marijuana advocates oversold. They treated it like a magic elixir for everything. Well, gosh, if they just had the medicinal side, it could cure this, this, and this, and this. And I remember thinking, yeah, that's a bit of fantasy. But I think it should be legal. I mean, look, alcohol is legal, cigarettes are legal, but you have the warnings. You realize there's downsides and effects. You know, people still argue to this day, is marijuana addictive? Is it a gateway drug? I don't think it's a gateway drug, but marijuana can be addictive. And I think they have to have an honest conversation. I think people thought, well, by lifting this, we're going to tax the crap out of it, get all this money, which we always laugh about. Where's all that marijuana revenue money going to? I thought it was supposed to build schools. So it was supposed to build this. So there's always the devil in the details. So I'd say it's mixed. I think it should be legal, but I think people need to do it very cautiously and say, let's not treat this like this is a magic bullet for everything that ails us, whether it's mental health, chronic pain, all these other things. I'm sure there's great uses for it. I mean, my alma mater has been studying marijuana, the effects, if there's other things with the components of THC that can help. I like all that. That's good. But I also think that just by thinking you're going to make it legal, you're going to solve all these problems. Decriminalizing it is a big issue. I think doing that is smart. We can't fill our jails with people that have small quantity of things. That's ridiculous. But I think you got to proceed cautiously. So I would say being wide open with it is not right. I'd also say being like Wyoming and shutting it out completely is not right. I think there's that middle step where you like said, let's have it, but let's be mindful. Let's learn from what the other states have done, good and bad, and proceed from there.
Well, a lot of other states are kind of learning from what Colorado has done right and wrong with it. One of the, at least what we were led to believe, number one being that all this tax money was going to make our schools the greatest in the country.
Right.
What I recognized was it brought in an element where I'm going to use Amsterdam, the Netherlands, as an example. My son lives in The Hague, so we visit quite often. But there's a perception that if marijuana is legal, and by the way, it's not legal in the Netherlands, they just don't enforce any laws related to it. But what it did also was you think, marijuana, I smoke pot and I've done it, and so it's no big deal. But it gave the impression, and see what you think if it's done that in Colorado, is that all things, all drugs, all levels of drugs are more acceptable and tolerated because marijuana is legal. There's a perception out there, I think. Do you think that's drawn maybe and contributed somewhat to the homeless crisis?
Maybe. I mean, the libertarian view of that is it should all be legal,
right?
In that sense. Well, and again, I don't want to conflate issues, but now the push in Colorado is psilocybin, is the magic mushrooms. Now they're having treatment centers with that and making certain levels. So yeah, is it the slippery slope argument saying, well, if we legalize this, maybe we should look at this? Or to your point, well, it's freeing up the perceptions and of how people use and consume certain drugs and the like. I don't think you're necessarily wrong with that. I think it makes it look a little more permissive to do other things. But again, that's where the common sense factor comes in. The thing, look, marijuana is legal. I'm not going to smoke pot. It's just not my jam. It's not my thing. I think most people are like that. But then you do get an element of people thinking, well, yeah, let's do this, or there's always going to be people that take something and are going to abuse it and use it in the wrong way because that's human nature. That's the thing we do. But to your point, now we're seeing a little bit of a push with mushrooms, psilocybin, those things for treatments. There has been some data that's showing it is really good for people that have PTSD and have some really deeper, troubling psychological issues. That's good. They're talking about it for some of the rec piece. I'm like, whoa, that would make me a little nervous. But again, I'm not a consumer of it. But yeah, I think your point you're making is, does it look like we're becoming a little permissive as a culture if we loosen up the reins on one particular drug for another? Yeah, I think that could be a fair assessment that people perceive it that way.
It's good information right there, and I see the logic in that. We don't have too much time left. Again, I got a little interruption there, but I had to get this really, really tough question, and this topic here is really tough. The Rockies' dismal season. How's everybody feel down there? I have watched less and listened to the least amount of Rockies games this year ever since 93 when they came into existence. Just not competitive. What the hell? I mean,
well, and it's funny, we still get great numbers with them on KOA, people listening to them. I saw a stat, and this was probably 2 weeks ago, that the Rockies were on track to draw as many fans as they did when they made a wild card run in 2007. That was astounding to me to say, so people love their baseball. Look, I say this honestly, I don't like to be too critical of the Monforts because they're very, very philanthropic to my alma mater, Colorado State, which I'm happy for. But as ownership group goes, they're not as wealthy. I mean, they're very wealthy by normal standards, but they're not billionaires where they have a lot of money to invest. At the same time, I think it's fair to say, are they investing it in the right way? Look, baseball and the Rockies and the Pirates and teams like this, they shouldn't be worried about a salary cap. They need a salary floor. Every team in the league should be required to spend whatever that number is, $100 million on the roster. How they want to spend it is up to them. But if you're going to own these teams, you got to be required to spend X amount. I think some of these teams don't. Spending money does make a difference, but I think the Rockies farm system, it doesn't look like they got a few guys here and there, but their farm system isn't as up to snuff as some others. I mean, the Rockies should really be looking at teams like the Brewers, for example, or the Twins. These are other what people would call small market teams, which is a misnomer. It's just basically not having your own TV network that you can bring in hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. But they ought to be looking at those franchises as a model, the Tampa Bay Rays, because they're in similar circumstances as the Rockies, but are able to build competitive rosters and competitive teams. So I'd look at that and say, what are the Rockies not doing right? I mean, look at the Brewers, for God's sakes. They've won like 15 in a row. So, that's Milwaukee. I mean, they're way smaller than Denver. So I'm saying, what are they doing right? That's a farm system issue. That's not necessarily a money issue, but all those things. It is hard. But then you say, as the Monforts, what is the incentive if we're still drawing 25 or 30,000 to the ballpark, even though we're terrible? That's the other end. You look at it too.
Yeah. Well, that's been what we think part of the problem is that they draw a crowd, whether they win or lose. And I just remember the good old days when, I actually went to a World Series game at Coors Field in 2007. Well, believe it or not, Marty, it went by that quickly. And, man, I appreciate it. Happy 100th anniversary for the Blowtorch. Doing a great job. Incredible. You've carried the torch into the next, millennium with your show. And Gina, you guys are doing a great job, and thank you so much for joining me today here on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. You have a wonderful weekend, my friend.
Hey, thank you. Honored to be on with you. Miss you. I'd love to talk to you more.
Can't wait to see all of you guys again. Take care.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Despite being removed from the official agenda of a legislative meeting in Casper on Thursday, a former Speaker of the Wyoming House of Representatives was allowed to testify there for nearly 30 minutes. Tom Lubnau's 28-minute remote testimony to the Legislative Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions Committee followed his unceremonious removal from the agenda days earlier by committee co-chair Christopher Knapp. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the legislator had voiced concerns with the acerbic nature of Lubnau's weekly political column in Cowboy State Daily.
In my experience covering legislative meetings, for a public commenter to be given a half-hour testimony is almost unheard of, or at least extremely rare. And Chairman Knapp told me on Wednesday, he was like, look, yes, he's taken off the schedule, but I mean, he's allowed to speak during public comment. And if I'm chairing that meeting, I'll even give him extra time in light of his great expertise in this area.
On Thursday, Lubnau told McFarland he was sorry that the controversy distracted from the real objective, which is making good laws in Wyoming. What was a small wildfire reported about 14 miles east of Thermopolis on Wednesday evening has exploded to an estimated more than 20,000 acres as of Thursday evening. What's been named the Red Canyon Fire also has prompted evacuations of homes in the rural area, according to Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson.
Don't know exactly when it was started, but likely started when it was noticed Wednesday evening. And when I first checked in on it Thursday morning, it was estimated at about 300 acres. By 5 o'clock Thursday, it was 15,000 acres. That shows how by mid-August, fire conditions are just off the charts. Everything is dry. There's fuel loads just ready to go. It doesn't take much. I think just a squirrel looking at you wrong will set it on fire. And then it just burns. They've called in a Type 3 incident management team to oversee fighting this fire. They know how to fight these things.
The fire is burning in the Red Hole, Kirby Creek, and Buffalo Creek areas, which are included in the evacuation. However, while the smoke plume from the fire is visible in Thermopolis, officials say the town itself isn't threatened. Cowboy Energy of Sheridan has invested millions of dollars and spent 3 years developing what would be one of Wyoming's first agriculture-friendly solar installations. The project promises to generate badly needed property tax revenue for Goshen County while allowing agricultural operations to continue on the same land, putting the farm in solar farm. But Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that there's a catch. The company says there's currently no feasible way to transmit that electricity to market.
This company would love to get the project off the ground. They have the support of the economic development team there. I think there are also opponents to this as well. The plan appears to be mostly in place to get this very large solar farm up and running, except the crucial element of where do you transmit? If you can't get your electricity to market, you don't have a project.
The CEO of Go Goshen Economic Development, Brian Young, said the solar project would generate needed economic benefits for the county of about 12,000 people. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Find expert vascular care right here in Wyoming. Wyoming Interventional and Vascular Associates, or WIVA, is a division of Casper Medical Imaging and is home to experienced subspecialized physicians and physician assistants who provide comprehensive services to treat vascular disease. From PAD and AAA to venous disease, WIVA offers tailored solutions to get you back to enjoying the things you love. Schedule a consultation with WIVA today at caspermedicalimaging.net/WIVA or by calling 307-577-1003.
When browsing around the F.E. Warren Air Force Base Exchange store, one might do a double take when catching a glimpse of a silhouette of an African antelope on a t-shirt commemorating the Wyoming Air Force Base. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that it was simple miscommunication between the store's staff and a shirt maker when the store put in an order for roughly 50 shirts with an antelope on them.
There are so many antelope. We call them antelope, but they're actually pronghorn. On the F.E. Warren base, they wanted to have a t-shirt that kind of commemorated them. So they ordered a t-shirt with an antelope on it. What they got were t-shirts with the picture of an antelope on them, except it was an African greater kudu antelope, an actual antelope, and not a pronghorn. The ordering manager said, you know what, we'll just be more specific next time. In the meantime, she said, I'm stuck with these shirts.
Since they couldn't send back the t-shirts with an African antelope on them, the staff decided to make the best of it, adding that people really do enjoy them as a novelty item. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's 9:05 on a Saturday. Your buddy Bags, John Baggett, your Saturday host here on Cowboy State Daily. In the Zoom room today, somebody I respect, like a lot, still hear a lot, just don't get to see him as much. And I can see him right now. Hey, Dave.
What's going on, Bags?
How are you, man? Welcome to Cowboy State Daily Radio here on a Saturday. Yeah, this has been an interesting day. Been talking a lot of football. Want to do that with you. But first, there might be somebody out there who doesn't know who Dave Logan is. That's okay. I mean, I think we've got the Broncos radio network here in Sheridan. I mean, other than Colorado, the most affiliates on the Broncos radio network right here in the Cowboy State, boss. So, yeah, we're fans, and we do here as well as Denver. We'll pot down that TV play-by-play and pot up Dave Logan and the radio broadcast on 850 KOA. Real quick introduction, and I'll do it very quickly here. Let's see. I have it down here. Okay. Broncos since 1990. Color, right? You were doing it with Zimmer. Was that you and Larry Zimmer? Was that night?
Yeah.
The original?
I think I was about 12 years old.
Yeah.
But that my first 5 years, excuse me, on the broadcast, Larry was doing play-by-play and I was doing color.
Yeah, Zim, a legend, and then you took it over. Larry Zimmer retired in 1996, and you've been doing it ever since. I did the math. It's 29 years, Dave. Wow. That's a lot.
It's a long time, certainly. I've Bags, you and I have talked about that too. I've enjoyed it. I really have. I continue to enjoy it. And as long as, those things are true, and as long as they want me to do it and I stay healthy, then, I look forward to doing it every single year, every single week, every single game presents, a few new things. So it's, I'm blessed.
You are. And, you're pretty good at it too, my friend. Well, before we get too far, I want to finish the intro here. Head football coach at, Cherry Creek High School. Congratulations on another state championship, Coach, last year.
Thank you, Beck.
You're 12th with 4 different Colorado 5A high schools. That's pretty good, too. Former Denver Bronco and Cleveland Brown, 2-sport letterman at CU, drafted in 3 pro sports, NBA, MLB, and NFL. And there's only 6 guys who've ever done that. So, yeah, that's pretty good, and it's pretty dang impressive. So, real quickly, I want to talk about, and I'll be brief on the because I really want to talk about the Broncos a lot, and maybe some CU.
Yeah.
But coaching at Cherry Creek. So, how long have you been coaching high school football now, Coach?
So my first year was as a head coach was 1993. So this would be
Arvada West. I remember
33. Yep, Arvada West. I was at Arvada West for 7 years. Left there as my daughter was going into high school because I wanted to be in the same school that she was in. So I went to Chatfield for 3 years. Left there, went to Mullen for 9 years, and my 14th at Cherry Creek.
Now, I did some research, but in area, so your record in high school as a high school head coach is 341 and 71. That's pretty good too. Congratulations, Coach. You and I, 16 years coaching primarily the middle school age kids, and all of yours spent at the high school level. And I imagine, and I'm not the only one, that you could have written your own ticket to go elsewhere, but you've stuck with high school coaching. Share a little bit of the reason why, Coach.
Well, when I initially got into it, my dad was one of my youth coaches, right? Basketball coach and football coach. And so I was raised in a household that working with kids was always stressed, was always really important. And I remember my dad and my mom both saying, if you're ever in a position where you can give back, whether you can coach football or basketball, baseball, what have you, but you can work with kids in that community, then you should do it. And so my middle school football coach called me and said the Arvada West job had opened. I'd applied for the Golden job the year before. And actually had been given the job and was hiring 2 or 3 guys to be in the staff. And then they changed their mind about like 3 days into the process. So I guess I was the Golden head coach for about 72 hours. So the AWS job opened the next fall, and it opened late. Coach McGregor, Brian McGregor, fantastic coach. He'd been there 27 years, but he retired in mid to sort of late June. So it limited the pool of potential coaches because all the coaches really had jobs. And so the two coordinators applied for the job and me. There were three guys that applied for that job, and not exactly sure how I got it, but I got it. The defensive coordinator, Jim Zayas, has been with me ever since. He stayed. The offensive coordinator, Joe Simmons, decided not to stay. So I got the job late, and believe me when I say I learned on the fly because there were so many things that first year and probably first several years that those kids taught me. I wanted to bring a 7-step passing game, 7-step drop passing game, because that's what I was familiar with in the NFL. That's not really going to work in high school. So the learning curve for me was really steep, and I'm thankful for those kids early in my career.
Yeah, well, I think some of that consistency too. That's part of it, that you've been there, and now with Cherry Creek, the Bruin going to be good this year as well. They're going to represent after a state championship.
Well, we've had a good summer, right? I mean, we always we work. I'm proud of the kids, going through that process, and you know me, I'm process driven. I believe that there's certain ways to do things. There's certain ways to prepare for things. It doesn't assure that you're going to win, but it does assure that it gives you the best possible chance to win. And so we always have an 8-week program in the summer. We start the first Monday in June, go 3 and 4 days a week for 8 weeks, take a week off, and then we're back into the fall camp. So it's grueling. Those kids are out there. They could be swimming, they could be sleeping, they could be doing anything. I could be working on a really bad golf game, but I think everybody is committed to each other. And so that's the first step really after the off-season program. That first step in the summer is what everybody has to go through to get themselves ready to compete in the fall.
Well, just I want to briefly mention to you, Coach, Jeff Mowry here, Sheridan Bronx, Sheridan, Wyoming are right now, I think, the number 3 or number 4 longest winning streak in the nation at any level, with 43 straight wins and 4 straight state championships at the highest level here, which is 4A. And Bighorn High School, which is the 2A school down the road a piece, I just had Coach McLaughlin on, and they are the defending state champions in the 2A division here. So I think it's the water. Little Goose Creek is the one thing they have in common, and so they play some pretty good high school football. And I'm 2 blocks from the high school football field. I hear them every morning, and I get that just surge of the football season coming up. I walk my dog over there, and I'm that creepy guy at the fence who's watching them practice. And so anyway, I wanted to mention that to you because you can relate to good coaching.
I'm familiar just hearing about the Sheridan program for sure. Listen, that is hard to do. That is, you know what I mean? I mean, there are so many people that don't understand about high school coaches, in this case, high school football coaches. And too many people think you just sort of roll the ball out at 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon and figure it out on the run. High school coaches don't make any money, really. You're paid about 6 cents an hour. So I congratulate both of those guys. And as I said, I'm a football nerd. So I follow football. I love football, and familiar with the success that Sheridan has had. So that's
pretty impressive. All right.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to mention to them that I mentioned it to you. Okay. Well, congratulations, number one. Happy anniversary, 100 years of the Blowtorch 850 KOA. I saw some pictures of you all celebrating. I was bummed that I couldn't be down there for that 100th anniversary.
Sure.
And but 29 years of radio play-by-play, the voice, really the radio voice of the Denver Broncos radio network, which Wyoming is a big part of. This is Broncos country. There's a little controversy. We're going to talk about that. And I've stood by that. This whole Josh Allen Buffalo Bills thing, that's I'm a huge Josh Allen fan.
I am too.
I do watch the Buffalo Bills. But the controversy is that they're talking about this not being Broncos country anymore. And that's when they get on the wrong side of me. But anyway, so your team, Rick Lewis, Rick and I work together at the Fox. Love that guy. And a woman who is way too good looking for radio, Susie Wargin. Is that still the team this year?
That's still the team. Susie is going into, I'll probably screw this up. Rick's going into, I believe, his 9th season. And Susie, I think, is going into her 8th.
Yeah.
So good team.
Great team. And God, I watched some of these TV broadcasts. And how do I put this delicately, with how easy on the eyes Susie is and how wonderful her voice is and how good she is. She knows football. You know, you can say here and there that somebody's there because of, for other reasons, but man, she is so good at what she does. And I just, would think that somebody would try to grab her and put her on TV. Probably have. But anyway, that's just my opinion from afar, and I mean that Rick, whatever, he's that face for radio kind of thing. But no, great voice, and he played some college football as well, as I recall. So that's the team. Who's the producer now?
The producer's Alan Jackson, AJ.
Yeah, still AJ.
I want to say this is AJ's 17th year. Really good at what he does. And there's a lot of stuff that goes on in a booth, as you know, in a broadcast booth. There are times that you feel like you're flying by the seat of your pants, but you need to have a really good producer that is keeping track of a number of things. So, yeah, AJ does a great job.
And he knows you guys so well now, having been there for so long. Okay.
Yep.
Let's talk about the Broncos. Okay. Yeah, look at me. I'm already here, and I'm two or 3 minutes away from a commercial break. But anyway, so to segue into this, watch the game on Saturday, and the Broncos won. It was like 32-9, I think the score was. But the starting team, when they took out Bo Nix and some of the other starters, we were down. I think it was 3-0, 9-0, something in there.
9
at that point. 9-0. What are your thoughts after seeing that first preseason game?
Well, I'll be honest about it. I don't got another phone ringing here, but I think you can tell a few things if you go back and look at the film in preseason, but I really, good or bad, don't draw any definitive conclusions based on what you see in preseason. And I'll tell you why. There's really, especially in the first preseason game, there's very, very little game planning going on. So from an offensive standpoint, you're going to run some of your base stuff. And but you're not going to have a chance to scout an opponent. You're not going to scout personnel packages. You're not going to scout what they do in the red zone on 3rd down and 8+. You're not going to you really don't care. You're just going to run your stuff. Now, sometimes your stuff will not really is not conducive to maybe what they're trying to run to take a look at from their standpoint. So that's why I think, a lot of people get caught up in the, in the preseason, and this guy looked great, and so he's going to make the team, and this guy didn't look good, and so should we be worried about him? I've been to I missed one practice, but I've been to every single practice other than that at the training camp. And this defense has done some great things. I think they have a chance, if they can stay healthy, that's the qualifier, to really be good very fast. I thought really fast on defense. Yeah. And I think the key to the offense this year will be, are they more effective, and can they run the ball better than they ran it last year? They just didn't for me, and I think for them too. They didn't have a running game that I think you have to have a running game that you can count on. Doesn't matter how you run it. Coaches there's going to be different ways to run it. But the fact is, I mean, you got to be able to run it, and to win a game at times, you've got to be able to run it against an 8-man box. You've got to be able to run it when they know you're going to run it. Mm-hmm. And I just didn't think the Broncos were as efficient in that running game as they need to be.
Well, they've got a pretty good stable of backs, at least really preliminary. They got R.J. Harvey, Jaleel McLaughlin, J.K. Dobbins. I mean, who's going to end up being the big guy, the tailback that they go to most? Who do you think?
Yeah, first time in a long time that they've got what I call a really crowded room. You're going to see a good player not make this team. I mean, you're going to see a guy that maybe 2 or 3 years ago would have been a lock to make the team at the running back position that won't make it. I think right now, I think R.J. Harvey has a chance to be the feature back. We'll see. I think J.K. Dobbins is right there as well. J.K., I think they feel a little more comfortable with in third down in terms of his pressure pickup, his blitz pickup. He's kind of been the voice of the offense in training camp. He's been the juice when the defensive guys tend to yap more than offensive guys anyway. But when the defensive guys have in a good way kind of challenged the offense, it's been Dobbins that has sort of barked back at him. So I think right now, I think it would be Dobbins and Harvey. I'm not sure what that order is. The question, I think, will be what does 3 and maybe 4 look like? And do you keep 4? I don't know. I mean, I don't know that they keep 4 running backs. Three's got to somehow, some way contribute on special teams. Is that McLaughlin? I think Tyler Baday's had some moments in camp. Watson has been really a versatile back, excellent pass receiver out of the backfield. So I think a lot. I mean, there's a game tonight, obviously. The ones are not going to play. So I think you'll find out a little bit more about that running back room tonight in terms of who plays and how they play against the Cardinals.
Well, they have, especially Bo Nix. I mean, he's coming back, but he's still a little bit inexperienced. I thought he was a little bit short on some of his passes last Saturday. He looked strong and healthy and good in the pocket, and he moved around a little bit. I think that's what is so exciting about Bo Nix, is that he is mobile. He's in a way certainly not physique-wise similar to Josh Allen, who's got the ability to move out of the pocket and throw on the run. And I think that's why having one of these backs or more that can be good receivers too is really important for him to have success.
Yeah, I think when you mention Josh, listen, there are very few people in the world that can do what he does.
Yeah,
like you're talking about a guy that's 6'5" and 240, can run. He's got a howitzer of an arm. He can break tackles. I mean, they're just guys like that. Just don't fall out of trees, right? Bo Nix is. I thought he had a really good year last year. Surprising to some, his poise in the pocket, a little bit faster than you thought he might be. I thought he got the ball downfield. That's going to have to continue to improve. But I think that, the key to making him even more comfortable this year will be the Broncos' ability to run the ball. If they can run the ball, I do not think Bo Nix will be one of the issues for the Broncos. I think he's a smart kid. He's competitive as hell. So I think he'll, a lot of people say, well, sophomore slump, second year. We'll see. I just don't sense that from him, just kind of getting to know him a little bit. He's made of the right stuff. He's got to have a good running game, and most quarterbacks are the same.
He does have one thing in common with Josh. It seems like very likable personality, approachable, just seems like a really great kid.
Yeah.
And you've had a couple chances to talk with him. Is that your impression as well?
Yeah, no, I talk to him every week because I do his pregame show.
Yeah.
He's about, I mean, this is exactly what you want. I mean, he's about football. He doesn't really care about all this other, stuff that some guys find themselves getting into a little bit once they get to the NFL. I mean, there's some of that is normal and it happens, but you always have to keep your priorities straight. And, it's like when it comes to football, I'm not talking about family and faith and things like that, but football's got to be right at the top of the list, right? During the season, off season, he's a worker, an early get there guy and stay there late guy. And there are probably two handfuls of quarterbacks in the NFL that are like that. Not every quarterback's like that, but when you find one like that, it gives you the best chance to get the most out of him. And if you can get the most out of that position, then you got a chance to win some games.
You bet. I'm going to do a break here. Come back. Let's talk a little defense, and then let's talk about the AFC West Conference a little bit too, Dave. Hey, Dave Logan, the radio voice of the Denver Broncos, in here in the Zoom room on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. We'll be back after this. Stay tuned.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Panda, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment. Especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio, 931 on a Saturday with your buddy Bags. And the radio voice of the Broncos, Dave Logan, in the Zoom room. We're talking about the Broncos. After one preseason game tonight, what time do they play, and what time are you on the air?
I think they've moved the kick to 7:30. So we would be on, at least the broadcast team would be on at 5:30. I think we start the pregame. I think we actually started it yesterday. So you know how that goes. Try to get it seems like about 2 days worth of pregame information. I think the pregame actually starts at 3:30. I'll get there about 3:30.
Well, it's funny because, when I asked you to come on the show, I kind of know your schedule. I figured it out. We work together in one shape or another, either on the programming side or the sales side for 27 years, Dave. And so I remember your first year at Arvada West, and it was like, how are we going to do this? How's he going to coach the Arvada West and be the voice of the Broncos and travel the world, really? So this morning, for example, I figured there's something going on with the Bruin, Cherry Creek High School. So thanks, buddy, for fitting me in here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Really appreciate it. So I know you're running around, so God bless you.
We're friends. When I first started coaching, I was doing the 6 to 8 show by myself.
Oh, yeah.
Talk show. So we practiced 3:30 to about 5:45. I sit in a van in the parking lot, do the 2 hours.
That's right.
I fly with the Broncos. I fly in the Broncos charter when available. If I happen to miss a Broncos charter because of a high school game, then I got to buy my own ticket and catch up. But fortunately, and I hope I don't jinx myself, I've never missed a Bronco game. This my 36th year, and I've never missed a high school game either.
I could just see you boot scooting through
I've had some close
through an airport.
I've had some close ones.
Oh,
sure.
I bet. Oh, good Lord. But anyway, so hey, little defense too before I lose you here. So the defense obviously looked pretty good on Saturday. What expectations should Bronco fans have of the defense this year?
I think the expectation should be high. I mean, I think this has a chance to be a really, really good defense. You talk about the two additions, which I think are key with Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga. I think both bring the mindset of playing in a winning franchise or for a winning franchise. Both bring the mindset of being very, very physical players. Greenlaw's been a little bit nicked up in training camp. He's had a quad deal. Hufanga's looks fine. I think will be fine. They're a little. If there's one area that might be a problem, I think a little thin at the inside linebacker spot. Drew Sanders, who was high draft choice a couple of years ago, he hurt his foot. He's going to be on the shelf for another probably month. And they're getting Alex Singleton off of an injury in the first game of last year when he tore his Achilles. So they've got to stay healthy. But I look at the front. I look at the ability. I mean, it all starts with stopping the run. If you can stop the run, you can force the team into passing situations. And they've got guys that can rush the passer, obviously. You've got Jonathan Cooper. You've got Nick Bonito. You've got Ellis. DeAndre Tillman. You've got some guys that I think Broncos fans might not be all that familiar with, young guys. But and then the back end, you got Pat Surtain. You've got Riley Moss is coming back. I expect him to have a much better close to the season. He was banged up last year late and had a tough time in a couple of games. But he's a quality player. He really is. And then Jahdae Barron, who's their first-round draft choice out of Texas, really versatile kid, 200-pound kid. He can play corner, he can play nickel, very, very smart, and a good tackler. So I'm anxious to see really what this defense looks like. My last thing on the defense, I've been impressed with their speed.
Hey, Dave, hang on 1 second here. I just got to notice that I'm going to lose my Zoom. Would you do me a favor? I'm going to hit this early commercial break.
Yep.
Zoom back in as soon as I cut you off here because it's giving me a notice. Great timing. But anyway, we'll come back and talk a little bit more about the defense. And, hey, we drafted a punter. So stay tuned. We'll be right back with Dave Logan in the Zoom room on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, WyoLotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
This is the
From
Cowboy State
Yellowstone
Daily
to
Radio
Devil's
News.
Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Have an issue here with getting Dave Logan back up. Dave, I appreciate your calling back here, but I can't get the audio to come up on my screen here. Dave Logan, voice of the Denver Broncos, 30-some years. In the booth, we were talking about the Broncos and the outlook for this season, and suddenly we had just a little technical problem here, so I am trying desperately here to get him back up. Dave, can you hear me at your end? Unfortunately, I cannot hear you. If you can. Try one more time here, Dave, if you can hear me. Yeah, I know he's got to get off to practice. So, hey, I apologize for the technical problems. Your buddy Bags here. I'll be back in a moment here on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure? I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain,
then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the-right-seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
Hey, welcome back. Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. I know Dave had to get off to practice. He's coaching Cherry Creek High School in Denver, Colorado. So sorry about that technical issue there. Lost him in the Zoom room, and then I couldn't get him up on the phone. But he tried. Thank you, Dave, for joining us. Talking a little Broncos football. We got around to the defense. What I wanted to ask him about, too, is the Broncos used a 6th-round draft choice to draft a punter, which is not all that common. Jeremy Crawshaw, a punter drafted. Usually they're free agent walk-ons, but the Broncos must have seen the need there in the special teams area, so they've drafted a punter, Jeremy Crawshaw. We were talking a little bit about the defense, and the defense did look good last Saturday. Dave Logan did mention Nick Bonito. I think he's going to be a star, if he isn't already. And I wanted to ask him about the conference, the AFC West. Obviously, the Chiefs, and then the big rivalry for the Denver Broncos, always, besides the Chief, the Oakland Raiders. How competitive is the AFC West going to be? I'm assuming the Chiefs are going to be tough again. You know, we were talking about Bo Nix and Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes. Love him or hate him, you got to respect him. He's a heck of a ball player. And he has had great days against the Denver Broncos over the years. He has all those attributes: speed, good arm, leadership. And again, that as long as they have him, the Chiefs are definitely going to be competitive. That's for sure. Now, as far as the Raiders go, I don't know. I didn't do my research on the Raiders and how good they're going to be this year. The Broncos are, we're right now, it's preseason. They've got the Cardinals tonight, and then they are at home. The home opener is against the Tennessee Titans on September 7th. Man, it is right around the corner. And, I'll tell you, it's going to be tough for the AFC West again for the Denver Broncos. Now, I've talked about it before. I contend that Wyoming is still Broncos country, okay? And that in the past would never have even been a controversial statement. But some folks, some people I know, and some people who, have good football knowledge are saying that suddenly we're Buffalo Bills country because of Josh Allen. Now, it's hard to argue that Josh Allen hasn't left an impression, a long-lasting impression, a forever-lasting impression probably. In fact, sometime soon, I don't remember the date, but he is going to be put in the Wyoming Athletics Hall of Fame here at the University of Wyoming. And I don't know if you saw the other day on the Bills broadcast, University of Wyoming has purchased sponsorship. So up there when the score is on the television screen, there's a University of Wyoming logo. And from what I understand, it was something like a $300,000 investment for that sponsorship. So like a lot of us, we sort of claim Josh. He had 2.5 years, 3 years really at the University of Wyoming, 2 that he started, and which left an incredible impression on us all. And it took it into the NFL and just, took off. As Dave Logan had mentioned, there's few, if ever, quarterbacks that have all the attributes that the weapons that Josh Allen brings to the table with obviously the arm, the try, and then the speed. He's big. He's 6'5", probably they say 235, probably in the 240 range. But for a guy that big to move as fast as he does, I mean, that's devastating. I mean, I remember, I'm old enough to remember guys like Roman Gabriel and, these big quarterbacks. And, they're tough to bring down. That was the, Ben Roethlisberger. He was a big quarterback. He was hard to bring down in the pocket, but not big on wheels, not a real fast guy, so not a threat to run. But Josh is a big guy in the pocket, hard to bring down, and a rifle arm, but then there's that speed. He gets out of the pocket, and you're watching linebackers and sometimes DBs trying to chase him down. That's tough. Now, here we have, and then there's the intangibles. Josh's disposition, his attitude, his leadership. He has endeared himself to his teammates. I mean, they will fight hard for him. They will play hard for him because he plays hard for them. He's one of those guys, a quarterback that people refer to. He's a quarterback, but he's a football player first. And he goes hard. I saw an interview with Coach Bowl just the other day, his former coach at Wyoming, and he was talking about how they tried to teach Josh Allen how to slide. And they still haven't done it. I mean, he may do it more. He's getting up there a little bit. He's 29 years old now. Can you believe that? It seems like yesterday that he was a 21-year-old sophomore, junior at the University of Wyoming. Speaking of, I saw him play that CSU game in the snowstorm, a whiteout. You could barely see the field from where we were sitting. And Josh threw and ran all over the Rams. Big win, Bronze Boot Bowl, Wyoming victory, Josh Allen leading the way in a snowstorm. I mean, that's the kind of leader he is. Now, I bring up Josh because Bo Nix, if you're a Broncos fan, and I stand by the fact that I still think Wyoming is Broncos country by virtue of, distance and geography, if anything else. Plus we have, I don't know how many Broncos radio network stations we have in Wyoming now. I remember at one time it was like 25 or so in various markets around Wyoming. I think we have it in Sheridan, Casper, Cheyenne, other places. And as I mentioned to Dave Logan, who was on the show just a little while ago, that folks here often will turn down the music, the TV, and bring up the radio and listen to Dave's play-by-play. Still Broncos country. That's my contention. Well, that's going to do it for the Saturday edition of Cowboy State Daily Radio. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back next week with another great lineup of guests here on Cowboy State Radio with your buddy Bags.